Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, March the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, guys. Okay, so let's see what is happening this morning. Lululemon. Look at the explosion for Lululemon, guys. Lulu. Lululemon released earnings up 16%, $53. I think this is not an all-time high. I guess the all-time high must be up around here, 387. But man, oh man, what a explosion for Lululemon on earnings. LULU. Hmm. Captain K. So that IPO, that SPAC thing, yeah, because I tried to, I think CASA actually put in the symbol, and I couldn't bring that symbol up at all. So it is TBMC. Okay, I'm going to jot that down. TBMC. ARCT. ARCT. Another earnings play. Is gap up for it, big gap up for it, 28%, another earnings play. They released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the mauve area on my 15-minute chart. That's the after hours action. Tan area is the pre-market through the 200-day moving average. And this is a low float, 23 million in the float. So that's a pretty low float. Local, LOCL. LOC, okay, this is just a, yeah, I want to bring this up. This is a super cheap one. It's an earnings play. It is up 53%, huge volume for it. So those of you who like to play the really cheap ones, well, this is one is certainly moving today on earnings, LOCL. Stratasys, SSYS, remember, I think it was last week. Nanodime, NNDM. Oops, too many S's. I think it popped up here because NNDM was making a play for them. They were offering $18 a share. They've upped that to 19.55. It's still I guess we'll call it a hostile takeover. There is a poison pill involved. So, but yeah, they've upped the offer from 18 to 19.55 a share in cash. So this is all cash, and that is NNDM making that offer. Sorry, I think I said Nanodime. Nano Dimension out of Israel. Now I almost shorted this one, but I guess almost does not count. I just got distracted enough, and then it started to move down a dime. And anyway, look at this one, VEEE, released earnings, huge pop all the way up to 248, and right back down now to 183. I was looking at it right here, and I just turned my head for a second, and it dropped another 20 cents, and that's that. So while I do have it on my, actually I have it on my EGAPs up, but obviously it's not an EGAP up anymore. It is now actually down 2 cents from yesterday's close. Now, BMEA, from what I gather, yeah, it's a proposed financing, but no, no price. And, they said it was going to be based on market conditions. I think I just, what did I say here? Proposed offering, the proposed offering is subject to market and other conditions, and there can be no assurance as to whether or when the proposed offering may be completed, or as to the actual size or the terms. So, I mean, yeah, it's proposed, but it's certainly not a done deal. Now, if you were in the room yesterday, you may have heard me say, watch this on a 30 break. And it happened right on that last 15-minute candle. I was able to get a little bit of it. It popped up from over when it broke over 30, got up to 32.10, I guess. Sorry, 31.54, pulled back. So I wasn't in it anymore. but I was actually hoping I might keep running maybe another $3 or $4, but it did not. ENVX, ENVX, ENVX. Moving up on a proposed, it's a non-binding letter of intent to locate one of its facilities in a YBS building in Malaysia. So that is ENVX. Now, if this holds, I mean, the high last week was 1219. What did it get to this morning? Got up to 1227. So if it can take out 1219 again, the next high looking left is 1293 on the weekly chart. So it's got a little bit of room. It's a big float, 116 million in the float. I'm hearing DPRO. Oh yeah, DPRO. Another big gap down. Yeah, pretty cheap. STEM. It's STEM. STEM is a big gap down on financing. Financing news, 16% down. Now they are raising, so this is a done deal. 175 million in a private offering. So I don't see what the price is, but so that's a little bit different from the BMEA. I'm not saying the BMEA is not going to happen, but this is done. Enable, NABL. And so one of these that is being added to the S&P Small Cap 600. So a nice big pop for these guys. I'm hearing CVNA, CVNA over and over again. CVNA. What's happening with CVNA? Morgan Stanley keeps their hold rating on Carvana. All right. So not a sell rating. And JFIN is an earnings play, China company. JFIN, JFIN, earnings play. Released after hours, nice gap up. Low float, 20 million in the float. After the company reported Q4 EPS of 145, up from, wow, up from 36 cents. So that's a pretty big jump, obviously, for JFIN. I don't recall giving you a permission, Tank. Take off. But okay, glad you're back. Keep an eye on Oscar, guys. OSCR from yesterday. This is sitting right on the VWAP now, 572. Well, it's just a little bit under the VWAP at 572. Let's see if this fades a lot today, or or is it going to actually? I mean, it's only up 6 cents from the close of yesterday, but let's see if this fades, or will it have any sort of resumption. Got almost up to $7. And Bitcoin, I think Bitcoin, I don't know what the price is, but I see BITO has a nice little pop because I was seeing some of the Bitcoin stocks like Mara and Riot, they were having a bit of a jump today. So BITO is on the way up. See if anything else is sneaking in here. ERAS, not very much volume though. ERAS. Yeah, some of these shorts, I mean, there's some big gap downs, but I'm sort of disregarding them. They're so cheap right now. There's another one, PIRS. Boy, I remember PIRS. I remember when this one, I think up in this area here, It was an all-time high. One of those cheap ones. I think up in this area here was an all-time high. It was a real cheap one, making an all-time high. But I haven't seen this one for months. No wonder. Look at this. PRQR is this is triggering PRQR. Are they doing the financing? Actually, this is an earnings play. March 20, yeah, this is an earnings play, PRQR. Initial reaction was a little pop up right at 4 o'clock Eastern. PRQR. Hmm. You were right. I'm sorry. Let me forgot to, I guess, put it in the room. Sorry about that. Not seeing the earnings for PRQR. Okay. Well, I do see it. I'm looking at interactive at 8:02. I'm looking at full year EPS, 91 pounds, 0.91 or whatever this euros, I guess. Pounds, sorry. I do see this for PRQR, William. Luis in our YouTube room. Yeah, let's take a look at PYXS. PYXS, if it's doing anything. Yeah, I mean it's actually a lot of volume too. A lot of volume. So let's see. I mean, it had a great day yesterday. Got up to 419, pulled back to 388. It's almost at yesterday's high. Obviously, should be watched again. Good volume. Pfizer backed. We didn't know that. So Pfizer backed. Pyxis Oncology. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. So Pfizer raised its stake last week, I guess, when it raised a stake in this company with the purchase of 1.8 million shares for net. Yeah, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I also see that other news for PRQR, the pipeline targets, but according to IB, it's also yeah. There's a press release. There's excuse me, pipeline targets, but I also do see that it seems to have released earnings. Sorry, this is it right here. Ooh, 914 crept up on me. Let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Okay, again, the lists are not very long on either. I'll get them in right now. For the Lulu upgrade, here's an upgrade for HIG from Goldman. Let's take a look at HIG from Goldman upgrade. If anything's happening with HIG. A little bit of a move here. A little bit of a move. 6,000 shares up 3%, approaching the 200-day moving average. That's an upgrade from Goldman Sachs for HIG. One moment, please. All right, I'll get the downgrades in now. All right, here's a downgrade from Goldman on DK. Take a look at DK. I saw Urban Outfitters early, but I didn't see it afterwards. Let me take a look at Urban Outfitters, URBN also. STEM continues to move down here, guys, on their financing. Some of these retailers are being downgraded by UBS. I see what's happening. UBS, yeah, UBS downgrading a lot of these retailers. Urban, Rosk, MDT, I don't know, not MDT, but Foot Locker, Burlington, and BBWI. For whatever reason, UBS is wanting to hammer these retailers. Interesting on the CCL reel. Yeah, CCL has another upgrade. It had an upgrade yesterday too, I think. CCL had an upgrade yesterday. Another one today. I don't know if it's Susquehanna yesterday also, but kind of really hard to get into these cruisers. But yeah, I mean, there it is near the 200-day moving average. Susquehanna sees margin. Come on. Margin recovery ahead. I think they may have put the upgrade on yesterday too. Well, that was Wells Fargo yesterday. Wells Fargo upgraded them yesterday. And then Susquehanna today. $11, let's see, $11, so we're a price target of $11 a share by Susquehanna. Again, it doesn't mean it's getting to $11, okay? Anybody listening, seeing this stock at 9.59 right now, just because a firm says we think it might go to 11 doesn't mean it's going to happen. Hmm. If that's on a standard service, Mark, if you want, premium allows you 20 charts, okay? Standard is 10. All right, let me take a look at the sectors, a quick look. Market is going to open pretty soon, so I'm going to do a quick look at the sectors and see what's happening. So from our toolbar, I clicked on New and then Docked Channel Bar, and then I'm going to click on Show More, and then Sector Status. We're in for a big open, guys. Like we're in for a big, robust open, challenging that 400 mark again on the SPY. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's XLE, the major energy, the ETF for energy. So these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, that means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. So when we take a look at the rest of the sectors, as should be obvious, the SPY, I mean, the market's in for one of the bigger opens we've had in a while. Positive opens. So every sector is positive. Doesn't mean, of course, that's going to continue once the market opens, but right now we're in for a very positive open. Take a look at a couple of the sectors. So retail, with respect to the 200-day moving average, yeah, not really getting any closer. I think we only have the four major sectors, XLP. Yeah, so XLP now is starting to move away, consumer staples starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. And of course, we have communications still above the 200-day moving average. Technology, XLK, above, where are you? Where's that 200-day? I have to, there we are. Yeah, still well above the 200-day moving average. And I think materials also, XLB. XLB just sneaking above. Okay, so that, I think we're going to have four sectors. I think I was thinking of XLI, industrials. Yeah, so industrials is above. So I think at this point, we now have five of the major sectors. Let's look at consumer discretionary. So why? Yeah, so it, getting closer. So UBS, so active today on their downgrades for a lot of the retail, well, some of the retailers. So again, ENVX, a key level is to take out, say around 1220, ENVX. So it's a high of, that was Friday's high. No, I'm sorry, I guess that was Thursday's high. Thursday, Friday, yeah, that was Thursday's high. So that was 1222. If it can do that, then the next high is 1293 on the weekly chart. So it would have some room. And it did have some news today. Non-binding letter of intent with YBS International. Okay, so it did have some news. And PYXS is still, well, that's a lot of volume already. Still hanging around the yesterday's high. This morning it did get up to 444. After hours, it got up to 448. Well, I don't know what the price of Bitcoin is, but I do know that one of the ETFs for Bitcoin is certainly having a decent run here, 3% up, BITO. Is Riot actually earnings as if I don't see earnings. I see March the 2nd they had earnings, Captain, for Riot. I do not see the by the way, guys, ENVX is right at yesterday's or that high that we were looking at 1220. Meanwhile, UBS, a little run here, UBS. 28,000. Interesting for Bitcoin. Thank you, Jer. I don't follow it at all. I mean, I have a general idea about where it is, but I'm surprised it's that high. And I think we're getting closer and closer to having a crypto. In fact, today Jamie will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and you can ask him that very question. We're getting closer and closer to being able to scan for crypto. Okay, so but Jamie. He's been very actively involved in that on a business development basis. So he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So you can ask him the question. Okay, Raul, we only speak English here. I do understand exactly what you said. HYMC, what? Why would you be looking at HYMC? Why would you be you can respond in English, please, but why would you be looking at HYMC? Hmm. Well, we only speak English here, Raul. I mean, I do have a knowledge of Spanish, but unfortunately, we only speak English in this room. But HYMC, I see nothing to get excited about. Okay, guys, ENVX is now at that high. Well, it was. So this NABL is just hanging, let's say, just flatlining. When I first saw this, I thought maybe it was a buyout. But again, it's just a matter of they're being added to the S&P Small Cap 600. That's the reason for this pop here. Look at the SPY, guys. Nice run in the SPY now. Another challenge of 400 coming up. Wow, blue. Ooh. This is basically an all-time low for blue, BLUE. It's an earnings play. Another cheap one. And another one, another cheap one, SHCR, another earnings play, another cheap one, another one near an all-time low. And we have less than a minute. Thank you, William. You're a little late, but that's okay. So yeah, about 30 seconds for this market to open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. And we'll get set for this open. Well, look at JFIN, 455 down to 377. Okay, we're now open, guys. So again, let's have a great trading day. Look at BMEA making a new high now. Well, at least it did. And Stratasys, SSYS. Now, a big pre-market high of almost $18. Again, NNDM is making another bid for them at 1955. They've raised their offering from 18 to 1955. SSYS, their board is still trying to resist. ACDC. It's so crazy to say it, but ACDC. So that's at, there's a high that I was interested in yesterday. Not very much volume yet, though. Only 10,000 shares. ACDC. ARCT, ARCT, earnings play, ARCT. Now this has some room, I guess, to 2108. 2108 looks like the next high looking left. Again, that doesn't mean it's getting there. I'm just looking left on a daily chart to see where the next high is. I think Real might have mentioned this EBS. Yeah, it's STEM continues down on that financing, guys. STEM, STEM continues down. Lifetime low now for STEM. And it just hit the 10-day daily breakdown, as did blue. Now, sometimes I will take them early if it's a lifetime low. Looking at STEM here, underneath 5. And we have our first halt today. So blue is halted on the way down, right? Yeah, blue halted on the way down. This is all basically a lifetime low now for blue on earnings. Keep an eye on AMC for a 5 break, guys. I know a big rumor yesterday about Amazon maybe buying them, but if all right, PRQR now is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, well, hmm, there's a bank on the move, guys. FRC, of course, super volatile all day. FRC. PRQR continues down here, guys. PRQR continues down. Might have taken this if it had been a lifetime low, but just a little bit early for me. But this is really weak. Maybe coming into some support though, around that 250 level. Okay, so here's a great example why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. ARCT, unless you're really quick, and get in right at the open and able to trade some out. But 2073, and then it pulls right back. I mean, it may continue. Don't get me wrong. It probably will continue. I shouldn't say that. It may continue, but that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Now, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 2043. So it would have had room to 2108 or so. PRQR, guys, it's getting hammered on this on earnings. I guess better to look at the weekly chart, not the daily chart, because when you look at the weekly chart, the next low is 241. And if we can get through that, way down here at 155 for PRQR. Yeah, keep an eye on IONQ. I mean, if it takes out this 520 level or so, the next high in the daily chart is almost 560. So it's right at the 200-day moving average. It's a little bit over the VWAP at 491. It's right at the 200-day moving average of $5. So it had a down day yesterday. For you AI players, SOUN having a pop here, guys. SOUN having a pop. The next high looking left is 218, so it's close to that. And that's SOUN. Take a look at Calm. Real's talking about Calm earnings play. Look what it did. It got right down to the 200-day moving average and then popped right off it. All right, guys. Too early for me, but ENVX, guys, on the move now. ENVX on the move. Give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. I'm just trying to get something over to our developers. So EBS, look at EBS, just absolutely gave it up. 1077 right down to 927. Really gave it up. Hmm. Wow, what a move for FRC guys. Early FRC, what a move. From 13 to 1424 FRC. All right, Oscar now, OSCR above the VWAP. Okay, big one from yesterday. Got up to almost $7 yesterday. Great volume. Yeah, so there's the VWAP, 585 for Oscar, OSCR. Now look at ARCT. So had the big pop, got all the way up to what, 2075, down to 1857. Now let's see if it stabilizes a little bit and starts to run again. Or maybe this is it. Maybe this is going to be a big fade all day. Yeah, actually, that's one of the bigger pops we've seen for Riot in a long time. Seriously. I mean, I know Bitcoin is doing well, but usually you don't see this sort of a move for Riot unless there's some specific news for it. Coming into that 925, the next guy looking left. Oh, Mara, is it doing the same thing? Yeah, Mara and Riot are doing exactly the same thing. I know crypto's strong, but don't usually see these giant green candles for those two. And this is doing the sort of the same thing, coming into a bit of a resistance area, possibly for Mara. Oscar guys, OSCR, longer it holds over 6. This could get really running again. Wow, look at ARCT is really giving it up. Hey, PRQR just getting crushed here. Micron, MU, straight up. Let's take a look at Micron. I know you mentioned it earlier. I just didn't have a chance to really look at it. Earnings play, yeah, MU. Now, this may be getting really close to resistance. Look at the weekly chart. 6450 looks like that could be a resistance area for MU. Okay, here's another one surging here. ATAI. Didn't really see that in the pre-market. ATAI. I don't know if they have if they do anything regarding AI, but they've got it in their name. I know it's a pharma of some sort. To me, looks like it's coming into some pretty decent resistance around 160 for ATAI. Look at that weekly chart, especially, well, okay, if it gets through 160, but there's a ton of resistance right around 190 or ATAI. If you look at the weekly chart. So local maybe finding some support around 860 or so. It's at 887 now, and that is LOCO, loco. Yeah, Oscar did not hold the 6, OSCR. So this is, let's see again what it does around that VWAP. VWAP is at 590, so it's trying to hold it. Well, that's a big. How about wall? I not some. I did. I've taken thumbnail or the wall off my thumbnail chart, so I don't know what wall is doing right now. Yeah, wall and FRC. Well, this MT. There is about $1 till the next high on the daily chart for MT. Big float though, and so we'll take a punch to move it. Well, guys, if you persisted on the ENVX, congratulations. Again, the next high getting close, 1293, getting closer to that next high. And there it goes. So 1293 again is the next high looking left. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 13. Okay, for ENVX. Now, I think a firm got hammered yesterday with the Apple news that they were going to be doing the pay later thing, buy now, pay later. So I think that's what caused a firm yesterday, I believe, anyway, to have a bit of a down day. Not horrible. Anyway, a firm AFRM trying to bounce a little bit. The high yesterday was 1024, so may not. It would really have to break out to be interesting, in my opinion. Okay, Enable is weakening, guys. Enable, NABL is weakening. How many shares in the float? 54 million. Yeah, this Enable is weakening. So their news, being added to the S&P Small Cap 600, it caused the pop, but it is starting to weaken now. I'm going to stick an alert at the low of the pre-market, which was 1354, and see if it takes that out. 54 million in the float, not a high float. Not a low float, but it's certainly not high. Hey guys, my alerts have dried up. Boy, ARCT now underneath 18, ARCT underneath 18. So I mean, this was in a downtrend for about a month and a half, little pop for half a month, and then had earnings, but just selling off now, selling off in a big way. ARCT selling off in a big way. Fetch guys, FTCH is on the run here. FTCH, the next high looking left, it's got a little bit of room. 510 is the next high looking left. Stock's at 458 right now, FTCH. All right, I am actually looking at AMC for a big five break. See if this happens. Put an alert around 498. See if it takes out five. All right, let's take a look at some of the ones that won races early. So Riven, yeah, I mean, Riven's really got to break out of here, that over that 14 level to get it really going. We can get over 14-ish. Then on the daily chart, it's got a shot to the 15 level. Riven target maintained with a $26 price target by Needham. All right. Man, a lot of shares available to short for blue, 3.6 million. It's just too close to that whole number. It's an all-time low, though. Basically, an all-time low for blue on earnings, such as they were. Plus potential delay for sickle cell drug. So sort of a double whammy. Had earnings, which obviously I don't think people care too much about earnings for these little bios, but I think that's the main reason for the drop for blue. Another halt. Oh, Ambi. Haven't seen Ambi for a while. Remember Ambi back in these days when it got up to $25 when it started trading as Ambi. This was back in March, early March. So there goes Ambi. Next high looking left. Very risky though. I mean, it's super, super whippy. So 1176 is the next high looking left. Look at the spread, 1052. Wow, it's just all over the place. Yeah, so if you're wondering what I'm talking about, there's a, I mean, 1080, I mean, look how rapidly this is happening, the spread. I mean, now this won't matter, of course, if it tacks on $3 or $4, but I'm not good enough to know that's going to happen. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any news. I think it's just, one of those deals in which traders decided today's the day for Ambi for a while anyway. No Ambi shorts. You're right. Not for, look at this. I mean, look at these pops, guys. I mean, yeah, wonderful if you can get them, but look at 1120. I mean, look at these. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Just look how rapidly this is trading. Oh yeah, so it popped quickly up to 1188, right back down to 11. So it got the high today was 1187. The next high looking left was 1176. So that's kind of where it stalled. Raft Kings, DKNG. Problem I got with it? Look left. Just look left, guys. Look at all the potential resistance for DKNC. So again, if you're wondering why I'm clicking on it, I have to click on it. I don't know that this is what I'm going to see in a daily chart until I click on the alert. But then I just quickly size it up, and for me anyway, and say it's a no-go. All right, ADCT. What's the float? 64 million in the float. I saw this one yesterday. Just to me, it just looks like I don't like the way it sort of stair steps here, stair steps on the way up to this area. Any one of these little areas could be resistance for me anyway. GNS, we haven't seen GNS for a while. GNS just got halted or settled litigate. Sorry. So they actually had some news. Settles the litigation with Alto Opportunity Master Fund. Okay. Low float out of Singapore. That's GNS. Well, ripped up, but it ripped right back down. So I mean, that's why I'm saying you take a trade in this Ambi, you cannot take too many shares. I mean, unless you don't care about putting stops. in which case you probably get wiped out, potentially wiped out. Oh, yes, look at the Banal, BANL. Wow. Look at this run for Banal. When I had a late trade a couple of days ago, China stock, I think, Asia, sorry, Malaysia, sorry, all-time high, of course, BANL. What was that China stock yesterday? I just can't remember. What was that China IPO yesterday? The cheap one, I think, I want to say around $8, 1 million shares at $8. I don't recall hearting it, so I can't see it. Somebody will know. 1 million shares at $8. Yeah, it was, yeah, Casa ZJ. I hated that symbol name. ZJYL. ZJYL. Okay. Yeah, so it got all the way up to 1031 and look where it closed at 794. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to disregard the topping tail there. I'm going to put an alert around 8, just, yeah, just over the body of that candle and see if it gets over 8 later on. That was the IPO price. See if it takes that out later on. Yeah, so I think what William is saying, of course, is you'd never be trapped. Trapped to me is a sort of a buzzword, or that you didn't have a stop, perhaps. Now you feel like you're trapped in the trade. Well, guys, I guess this was the one, PRQR from the 10-day daily breakdown. I say I would have taken it if it had been an all-time low, but it just was a little too early for me to do it. Ah, guys, guess what's romping here? BMEA from yesterday. BMEA from yesterday. So yes, they've announced the financing, but so Citigroup raising the price target to 60 from 20. They've announced that they're looking to do a financing, but they've not said what the financing price would be or if it would happen. It all depends on market conditions. So right now the threat of the financing has been shrugged off for BE. And not all financings are bad. I mean, obviously, take advantage. I mean, yesterday or 2 days ago, this stock was $15. So they had some good news about their drug, obviously, yesterday, and that caused the pop. And so if they can take advantage of doing a financing, $125 million to raise at higher prices, that's not the worst thing. Mm, if you were, look at ENVX now, guys. Now, if you were I'm sorry, ENVX. Well, I'm gonna look at ENVX also. So this is ENVX 1290, 13 or so might be the resistance area. Well, even blue now is an all-time low underneath 3 all-time low. Do I want to short it? Showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, 328 was the trigger. Oh, it's damn 483. You know what? I'm going to stick an alert underneath 5 for STEM. See if later on in the day it takes out 5. They're doing a financing and market not liking it. Meanwhile, BMEA guys exploding. BMEA exploding. All-time high. Well, I had this one over 30 yesterday. I did not hold it, but no, this one is shortable for me also. Now, if somebody asks, is C halted? I don't see a halt for C, but let's take a look. No, why would you think it was halted, Trader Mo? Why would you think it was halted? Not trading very much, but or it's in a range here, but it's still trading. Um, nah, well, I don't. Yeah, I don't see that it's definitely not halted. I mean, look, it's trading, and I don't see it that it showed up in the halts resumes. Now I have a price. What's my max here? No, I don't even have a max. So I think I believe E-Trade must be wrong. I'm not saying IB is infallible, but I see that it's trading. All right, now this HLP must be okay, guys. This could be interesting. 440 a share. How many shares? Can somebody quickly see? 2 million shares at $4, guys. China stock halted. This could be another crazy one. Okay, crazy IPO, low number of shares issued, low priced IPO. Let's see what happens when it comes out of the halt. So Mellow Trades from our YouTube room, you just asked a question. What's that scanner that you have to show stocks that are down massively? Are you talking about me specifically, or in general a trade idea scan? I mean, if you go to our channel bar, click on new, and then click on dock to channel bar as an example. Click on the going down channel. These are stocks that are biggest losers today, as an example. But are you talking about my 10-day daily breakdown? Maybe you're talking about my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. So the 10-day daily breakdown. So you can have it. One of the scans that I am sharing. Give me a moment. Okay, so the question was, where is that 10-day daily breakdown scan? So here it is. If you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, and if scroll down until you see my scan section, click here, and now there they are. Okay, now I don't have them in a docked version because some people don't want to see shorts necessarily. Some people don't care to see that don't repeat. So I've broken them out individually. Okay, and you will not get too many alerts all day, but that's the way I like it. Con is coming back, guys. I think Con is an earnings play. I saw this earlier. Yeah, it was gapping down on earnings, but this is now a big recovery for Con, CONN. Actually went positive. The next high looking left is 599. So nah, maybe some too much resistance, not that far away. No problem, Mello. Okay, guys. I took a little short in this enable. Okay, NABL, maybe a little ahead of time, but we'll see if it can take out this 1355. Again, it's just sort of fading. It's underneath the VWAP 1375, just kind of fading. It's being added to the S&P small cap 600, but it's just kind of fading a bit. So I'm in at 1358 on a short and a pretty tight stop. I mean, certainly the VWAP would get me out, but that'd be the worst. I don't expect a dynamic move or anything, but just looked like it was weakening. And again, this is not to get anybody else to do what I'm doing, right? I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing. And always, if you took the trade, I always have a stop. And my stop may be completely different from your stop. Okay. It has to be according to your trading plan. Another halt. Well, that's the HLP just resumed. Okay. So far, not a good one. So what I'm doing is I'm going to put an alert at 440. I'm going to put an alert at 440 to see if it takes that out later on, or maybe tomorrow or the day after. That's kind of what happened with B. And again, this is not to say what's going to happen with BAN or with HLP, but here's BANL, like a nothing. I mean, this is IPO day. Okay, this is not that long ago, 4 days ago. So nothing to write home about. Second day again, and it was the third day though. And we've had this continuation. I am absolutely not saying the same thing is going to happen with the I'm sorry, the HLP. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but it has a similar structure. Okay, low priced IPO and China. The other one was Singapore, but so that's all I'm going to say. So that's why I've got my alert set and see if it happens. Probably not today, maybe not tomorrow, but who knows? Maybe later on in the week or next week. Yeah, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen. It's just that I'm always intrigued. Yeah, there's no volume yet. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. There's no volume yet at all for this HLP. There's no enthusiasm whatsoever. But that doesn't mean that tomorrow or later on or next week. There's a reason these things go public, and it's because whoever controls it wants to make money. So anyway, no harm in just putting a price alert somewhere, guys. Use our price alerts. All right, ENVX. This is getting interesting as a potential short now. Why? Look at these topping tails here. And as I was saying before, this area here, this 1293, what did it get to? It got up to 1278. So, reasonably close to that high. And it seems to have stalled it. We've got all these topping tails in a row. And what does it mean? It means, the buyers have been progressively moving it higher, but the sellers have been moving it down every time a little bit. And there's the VWAP down here at 1230, so that could be a bit of a magnet. All right, guys, I want to just put the webinar link in again, okay? This is the webinar with Brian Shannon, and man, it's tomorrow, right? March 30th, yes, tomorrow. I believe it's at 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock Eastern time, right when the market closes. Okay, so this is the webinar. If you're interested in finding more about anchored VWAPs, etc. We've got well over 1,000 people. This is going to be well, we've never had 1,000 people in a webinar before, I don't think. And again, if you cannot make it live, don't worry. You'll be emailed. As long as you sign up, you'll be emailed the recording of it, okay? Yeah, you're right, Pepe. And if you don't know who Brian Shannon is, just Google him, okay? Just Google Brian. You'll see he's been around for a long time. I would call him a very respected, I don't know how you phrase him, financial analyst or not a financial analyst, technical analyst. He doesn't care too much about financials. Well, the tough time, you know what I would do? I would absolutely sign up for the webinar, okay? I mean, Brian Shannon is a VWAP, anchored VWAP expert, okay? And he wrote the book. So I would sign up for the webinar. And again, even if you can't make it live, I think it'd be worth your while to sign up for the webinar. Then you'll be emailed a video of it, okay? All you really have to know about the VWAP really is what the definition is, and it makes a lot of sense. You know, where is the price where most of the action took place? You know, in terms of well, what price did most of the action take place? You know, for instance, if EVNX goes up to this 1294 on 10 shares, oh yeah, you might see that print up there. But what if most of the action based on volume weighted average price is, to say, at 1251? And right there, most of the action is at 1234. So, you know, there are schools of thought that would say, you know, a reversion to the VWAP, reversion to the mean, reversion to the VWAP. Now, you know, there's nothing 100% about anything, but I just put the link in, Doodle Dum, right above you, but I'll put it in again. Whoops, no, wrong one. Just give me a moment. Well, he himself is more of a swing trader, but you know, he says, I mean, it doesn't matter the time frame. Okay, you know, in reading the book, I mean, he really he tries to hammer that point home. It doesn't matter the time frame. But again, if you want to really understand, you know, sign up for the webinar. All right, guys. So my enable short, yeah, it's not too bad, making its way down a little bit. Uh, okay, cool. Whoa, William, I'm sure you must have seen this topping play from Zach Scan, BBIO. Now, the only thing is, it started off at 1679. It got all the way up to 1878. So you would have, I don't know when you would have taken it exactly, but so again, so take a look at ENVX. Now, I mean, there's nothing 100%, but look how it's, wending its way back to the VWAP. So will the VWAP hold it? Will that be support for ENVX? That's the question. Or will it go right through the VWAP and turn into a short? You can see right here, that enable broke down through the VWAP. That's one of the reasons why I was interested in it, to short it. Broke down through the VWAP. I mean, on a risk reward basis, this is turning into a great play for me now. And notice how the VWAP changes. Of course, the VWAP will change all day long. Because obviously the price changes and the volume at which action is happening at various prices will change all day long. So that VWAP will change all day long. You probably hear my dog in the background. It's okay, guys. No abuse happening. We throw a little frisbee indoors for her to get her going, and she just gets all excited. All right, guys. Well, this ENVX is okay. So see what it did. So it looks like, briefly anyway, it looks like the VWAP is kind of held it. I mean, it didn't get right to it. It got down to 1248, 1245. VWAP 1235. So consider it an area, as Real would say, and it's an area of the VWAP. Okay, guys, this con looks really interesting. Maybe as a potential short. There's the VWAP. I mean, 531, so it's way above it. Um, my issue is six. A couple of highs right at six. And what did it get to today? Got up to 605, tried to break through a little bit, and tried again. And it looks like it's being rejected though. And remember, this started off really negative, down to 411 this morning. It's an earnings play. I'm talking about CONN. Now, the issue with it is that it's a very low float, 14 million in the float. So it can be pretty volatile. Obviously, very volatile. I mean, got down to $4 and got all the way back up to six. And there are lots and lots of shares available. At Interactive Brokers, 1 million shares. So I'm sure most brokers have plenty of shorts available for this CONN. So I've covered some of the NABL guys. We got down to the 40s. The minute it started moving off that 40, I've covered some. I didn't expect like a huge move. I mean, the news is still good for it, so. But I tell you, this con looks really ripe. If it doesn't, if it fails again, I'd love to see it try to get through six again and maybe fail. Yeah, it's not a lot. I mean, it's 496. I mean, it's 14 times normal. But yeah, right. I mean, it's just sort of pausing here. 14 times normal, but again, it just means that it doesn't trade very much usually, because if 500,000 represents 14 times normal, well, you can tell it doesn't trade very much. All right, guys, AMC poking its head just a little bit below the $5 level. It's not shortable for me again. At Interactive Brokers, they've yanked well, I mean, I could try to do a locate, but not available right now. Remember Lucid right at the beginning of the day, guys? 780 right down to 735 now. I think that these EV plays are just, I think whether they lay off about 8,000 or 10,000 people or 1,000 people or slash 18% of their workforce, not 18,000, 1,300 employees. Well, El Pollo Loco, guys. El Pollo Loco is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. My issue with it, look at the weekly chart. To me, it looks like there could be some support not that far away. So that would be a reason why I wouldn't short it. Doesn't mean it won't take out that low, but Meanwhile, BMEA making another new high, guys. Ah, okay. I was wondering why is it not showing up here as it is making a new high? Well, I have a price range up to 35, and that's it in this one. Now you don't have to do the same thing, of course, but this is my range. I think it's 2 to 35. So I mean, this is the template. If you want to adjust it, that's up to you. But so that's why it wasn't making a new every because this is again what you're seeing here. This is the don't repeat version of this. Okay, so what does that mean? So BMEA got the alert at 10:04 Eastern time. The price was 33.10, and that's the only time you're going to see it in this window. That's why the DR stands for don't repeat. So I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? Well, you can see right there. I mean, it actually got up to 36, didn't it? Yeah, almost 37. But look how whippy it is. The ENVX first alert was at 12:42 at 9:38 Eastern. Of course, it got up to what, 1280 or so? Now here's the issue. I didn't really realize this. Make an adjustment. The reason we're not seeing ENVX over and over again as it kept making a new high all up to whatever it got up to, 1293, is because look at the relative volume is now 5. So the relative volume, see the volume is dropping. And so again, this filter I have in this filter here, it's got to be 8. Okay, 8. So of course, when it at 938 at 1242, it met that filter requirement of 8, but and it did it at hopefully I'm not I'm not confusing people. And at 1267 at 9:49 Eastern time, it was still over 8, but look at it now, it's underneath 8. So it's not going to I'm not going to see it over and over again. So what I could do here in this one is reduce, maybe put it at 4. Not here though. I don't want to see too many. Meanwhile, Loco is making another new low, and look, it may power right through this, but I just can't take the trade. Well, what sectors do you have? Eyes, IZE? Do you have trade ideas? One of the things I would do. I mean, the SPY is moving down, so my guess is that a lot of them. But let's take a look at when we looked at this. This is going to look a lot different now. This is now the change from the open. Okay, so look at this. So when we looked at this, the sectors, when we looked at this about 10 minutes, 15 minutes before the market opened, every single sector was very positive. Okay, so now this is what we're looking at here now, the same sectors, but what we're looking at now as the change from the opening trades. Okay, the very first print of the day. So look at energy. Energy has weakened because again, when we looked at this in the change from the open, 10 minutes before the market opened, 100% of these stocks were up from yesterday's close. 72% are down from the first print of the day. So, energy is fading, technology. So I would say that energy certainly is probably weakened the most. I mean, a lot of them are have weakened. Communications. I mean, this was, I think, about 95% change from the open, but, communication stocks are weakening. Oh, AMC now. I don't have shorts, but this looks like it's going to really take out 5 in a big way. Okay, so energy certainly has weakened since the market opened, as has communications. Okay, Enable is still moving down inch by inch. I know I took some out at 1342, covered some at 1342. This is from 1358. So let's see if it can keep moving down. Well, if you have AMT shorts, guys, I mean this is pretty underneath 5 right now. Looks pretty good. Maybe put a stop at 5 or so, but I don't have shorts. I just don't have shorts available. So Frey, I think it had an upgrade or something this morning. No, it didn't have an upgrade, but it did have some news. That's right. Seeking a strategic coalition with 4 major global partners. So Glencore, Caterpillar, Siemens, and Nidec. A lot of those are foreign, except for Caterpillar, of course. Now, seeking, an alliance doesn't mean they're going to get it, but take a look at Frey, though. I mean, it's got room. I mean, if it can hold this level here, I mean, I wouldn't get it now. I mean, you're chasing it, but if it can kind of base and take out 8, look left on that daily chart. 840 is the next high looking left. It's a big float. Well, so far, guys, the only trade I've taken is the NABL short, the enable short. That's the only one I've taken. No, I don't trade very much. Also, just to let you know, I really don't trade that much. Even if I weren't moderating a trading room, it's not like I don't trade 20 stock. I don't trade 20 times a day or anything like that. Never have, never will. I would say an average day for me is maybe between 3 to 5 trades. And rarely do I have more than 2 trades open at the same time. Yeah, I'm still holding out on GME for a big breakdown through 22. I mean, I've got an alert set down here. I know it's a dollar away, but I mean, this could, later on, I don't know if it'll happen, but if it ever took out 22, I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3 days right at that level, and of course it popped up because of a earnings surprise. That was the reason for the big pop up, because it was sitting down at the 17 level before. Now, Loco may just, plow right through this area that I thought might support it, but it doesn't meet my trading plan. Big part of my trading plan is looking left on a daily chart and a weekly chart to see how much room a stock has before it will hit, on a short side. If I'm shorting where the next low is, doesn't mean it's going to hold. Doesn't mean just because I see something that might hold it that's going to happen. But that's just part of my trading plan. And wow, and Enable is giving me way more than I thought. Way more. Boy, OSCR is just doing nothing. I thought maybe it would at least move one way or the other. Really moving like off that 200, off the VWAP in a big way, or break down through it, but it's just kind of hanging right around the VWAP. 598 is the VWAP for OSCR, and it's just not doing much. Oh, AMC really giving up that 5 level now, guys. No, Amazon should not buy AMC or any other movie theater from Barron's. I'm just kind of reading this. I mean, it's an opinion, obviously. Okay, so they're saying that if Amazon did decide to do something with a cinema chain, your better bet would be Cine, which filed for bankruptcy. Probably get it at a real bargain. Not that they couldn't get AMC, but anyway, it's if you have shorts, 450 could be a target. Yeah, GME. I mean, look, I'm being really ultra conservative, waiting for a 22 break, but yeah, I mean, a 23 break isn't bad either. And it only popped up yesterday because of the AMC. That's, as far as I'm concerned, it's just another meme stock. Of course, the main meme stock out there. And I think when AMC moved, GME just kind of moved along with it. That was the only reason. All right, guys. Well, this is not as dynamic a day as yesterday for me, anyway. Though Enable is really, on a risk reward basis, is turning into a great steady play. So I will put the webinar link in again. And again, if you can't make it live, that's okay. You can sign up for it and you'll get an email with the video. And that is tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern time. If you're interested in knowing a lot more about anchored VWAP, VWAP in general, but the anchored VWAP specifically, tune into the webinar or at least sign up for it. And now I will put my homepage link in. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Nope, you won't see that yet. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see we have 4 plans available. Annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is 2,000 less the 15%. The standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which is, just use it like a watch list. Nothing really happening with it today, but use it like a watch list. So this EBS, who knows? Maybe it sets up later on in the day, as an example. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228 premium, or sorry, standard premium, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay. So again, if you don't know this product, do not take out an annual subscription without, you can always try us out for a month, or you can stick monthly. That's okay. Now, if you're a monthly subscriber right now and you want to take out an annual, I can give you a 25% promo code. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do the get started. It'll run you through your download and installation, all these pop-ups, your first startup and login, etc. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, we have a trading course for you, Trading 101. Okay, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. So I would take a look at that if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video, excuse me, free of course. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think this, oops, I'm gonna have to click on it. I don't think this week's trade of the week actually triggered. It is ASO. ASO. No, didn't trigger. I think the trigger was, I want to say 64.80 or something like that, or 65.80. It didn't get up there. So it's not that it's a bad trade of the week. It just didn't trigger. So it's sort of a non-event. But it's free. And education, click on the education section. Here's our user guide. Don't get hung up on how much information is in this user guide. You should at least do the getting started. And at the very least, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know about the stock racing. Click on the stock racing area. We have 4 videos, really explain it well. And if you click on race startup, configuration, these are all clickable. Okay. So it's I think a great explanation about what the stock racing is all about. There's that getting started series again. So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. Now, as I said, in the pre-market, we are looking to add crypto scanning and all that. And Jamie is kind of leading the charge of that. So if you want to ask him questions about that, when it might happen, you can certainly ask him. Okay. And other questions, of course, but Jamie is definitely knows a lot more about the crypto and where we are with relation to scanning. And here are my scans. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link and you're wondering, well, where are the scans? You have to scroll down a little bit. So here are the scans that I'm sharing right now. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is the race that you see, the large cap gainers. I am sharing another race. It's a lot more volatile. So if you're looking for a more volatile type race, things that move up a lot more. Of course, moving up a lot more means they can drop a lot more. Here are the 10-day daily breakout and downs. Okay, I've separated them. This is the doc version, but I've separated them individually. And the Halts resumes that you see here. Also, this is a momentum scanner. You can take a look at that. So it's sort of a, if you take the racing, the volatile race that I used to display, but if you look at this momentum scanner, it'll give you stocks that are moving very rapidly because it's based on increase in volume. Okay, so if you decide to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my home page. Click on my home page, click on this code. And also, if you save my link, my home page, you can have access to my scans and that education section anytime you want. Because I do change up the scans, not that often, but I do change them up. And of course, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between, well, 9 o'clock and 3:30, about 3:30, 3:20, 3:30 Eastern time. That's when I get live on the mic. I do open the main room before 8 o'clock. No later than 8 o'clock, all times Eastern, of course. So if you came into the main room, you could chat amongst yourselves for between 8 and 9, and then I get on the mic at 9. You are welcome, Dan. Okay, just a explanation about the racing. Okay, now this is a race that I'm sharing, but you can have any race you want. Let me explain what I mean by that. So all races start off from a top list window. If I right click and open the top list, this is what this race is based on, these stocks right here. Well, how do these stocks show up in the first place? Well, if I right click, configure, and summary, if the stock is between 10 and $50, minimum volume is 500,000 shares, up at least 2% from yesterday's close, market cap is at least half a billion, 500 million, and the the float is at least 50 million shares, then a stock will make this list. Ooh, just a minute here. So that's how these stocks are appearing. Let me just click on this NAS. Ah, yes, this one. This one yesterday. Yeah, so the high yesterday was 780. I must have, I'm not sure why I put the alert here at 750, but so let me just show you just quickly. All this is in the guide, all right? So before we had the races, how a person would use a top list window is if you wanted to see the stocks that were, say, up the most from the close with those filter requirements, the stock between 10 and 50, etc. If I had that as a column header, change from the close, then I could sort on it. So right now, this is telling me that ENVX is up 13% from yesterday's close, okay, and all the way down. If I look from the change from the open, as long as I have it as a header, it's going to, I can do a sort on that. So BBIO is up 9.8% from its opening print. That's what it's telling me. So that might be good information to know, but how are you going to use it to trade? For instance, look at Peloton right now, PTON. I noticed it was creeping up on the leaderboard. Peloton, PTON, where are you now? It's up 1.1% from the open. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it starts to really move? It's 2%, 4%, 5% from the open. You'd never know that. I mean, this is a long list of stocks. You don't want to have to spend all day looking at a long list of stocks to see if anything is moving. Well, that's where the races come in. The racing is kind of a hybrid between a top list and an alert window. What does it keep? The reason I disconnected because when I have this connected, it seems to slow down my chart loading. So I run 4-minute races. So what does that mean? That means and it takes a while for it to get going, 30 seconds. But once the race starts, and what you'll see is the stocks that are moving the most, percentage wise, meeting all those other filter requirements, you'll see that stock right at the top of the list. Now, you're not going to see dramatic changes here. That other one that I used to show, you used to see 10, 15, 20% sometimes changes. But, if you're new to trading, very difficult. Even if you're not new to trading, I mean, while it's wonderful to see these things that are really, really volatile moving higher, but, they can drop very quickly also. So what I decided was I thought, you know what? Not that these are bad just because they're not moving that much, but they can set up a lot easier. So for instance, let's take a look at AUPH. Okay. Making a little move. So you can kind of see AUPH. I mean, there's the high yesterday, 1179. That's far enough away, maybe. There's the VWAP, 1125. So it held the VWAP. And maybe it's going to start to move right now. Okay. So just because this is not like a dramatic increase doesn't mean you shouldn't watch these stocks. And you can see that, I'm running again 4-minute races. We're 2 minutes into that race. It doesn't mean that AUPH is going to remain at the top. In fact, BBIO just took over. Now you might say, well, wait a minute. BBIO is on the way down a little bit. Why is that showing? That's because you're looking at a 15-minute chart. If I looked at a 1-minute chart, there's probably a little bottoming tail and it probably popped just a little bit. So you might look at this and say, okay, maybe this is a pullback. Maybe this is it. Maybe it'll start to move off this pullback. Now, the issue I would have with it is that the VWAP, wherever it is, the VWAP is at 1739. Well, that's actually, yeah, 1739. So that's actually not too bad. I mean, if you're thinking the VWAP may stall it. So, you just watch this and see how it starts to trade. You got some little bottoming tails there. Maybe the sellers are tired right now. Maybe they'll allow the buyers to take over a little bit. And maybe, who knows, maybe there'll be a bit of a mean reversion to the VWAP. This is why you've got to practice trading, though. So you could take this trade. You could say, okay, let's take this trade. I'll put a stop at 1649. The bottom's here. Let's see what happens. Let's just do it. I mean, so all I have to do, I'll click on the simulator and click on account in simulated trading. And now I'll click on BBio. Okay. Now I'm not going to get too much into money management. Okay. But okay, it looks like I'm going to have to reload this. Give me a moment. So to get this window, to get the Brokerage Plus window up, you just click on New from our toolbar and then Brokerage Plus. Okay. It's all part of our standard service. Now, if you're using the web-based version, unfortunately, this and racing is not available. I'm going to click on the sim for simulation. That changes to account. And then I'll change the simulated trading default. And now, hopefully, when I click on BBio, it shows up. Yes. So let's just do it. Okay. I mean, I'll take 200 shares. I'll take 500 shares. Okay. I'll go in at the ask. It's only a 2-cent spread. Click on the buy, send it. Okay. So now I'm in this trade in the simulator and I'll put a stop, lower it's there, it runs. Now, again, I'm going to put a stop at 1647, which is, or 1647. Actually works out not badly. Because you'll see on the chart now, you'll see minus 100. approximately, because it's a 20-cent stop. I took 500 shares, a 20-cent stop. If I get stopped out, 500 times 20 cents is $100. That's how much I would lose. So let's see. I mean, that's how you can practice, though. What I was just saying, practice and see what happens. See if these bottoming tails, maybe, the sellers are a little bit tired of trying to force it down. And who knows, maybe it'll start to move back towards that VWAP. Meanwhile, Enable is giving me great risk reward now. That's a 28-cent move with about a 7-cent stop. So that's one for four. What do I mean by that? Risking 7 cents and I'm up 28. I did take some out at 13.42, but so I'm risking 7 cents and I'm up 28. Do the math. 7 and 28, one for four. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, this B bio trade right now, okay, I highlight it. Whoops, just I got to be careful because they jump around. Highlight it and then I can flatten it. Okay, that's just some hotkeys. What you have, very few hotkeys, but I want to get out of a trade. I just highlight the trade and I can flatten it, or I can get it at half, or I could double my position. So let's just show you how that works. I'm just going to flatten the trade right now. Okay, so it took me out of the trade, $85 profit on that. Just wanted to show you how this works. Now, if I don't get out of a trade, this GME as an example, this is a short position I put on actually in the pre-market yesterday, and I left it in. So if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to write this down now. This enable. I mean, I love it because I'm surprised a little bit because 54 million. It's not a lot. This is trading more like several hundred million in the float, just kind of drifting its way down. So again, guys, practice trading. Now you don't even need a broker. Okay, the simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, it uses our real-time data. So all you need is our standard service. You just click on the sim. Now, if you click on live, you can actually use this window that we call Brokers Plus. You can actually use the window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay. What's the 13 level from real? Okay. Well, it was basically a VWAP play, Cam. It was basically a VWAP play. Now that VWAP has dropped, of course. I think when I first saw it, it was up around 1380. Now, I did not take it at 1380. I mean, I was in at 1358, which is the VWAP right now. And I think it might have been 1367. I think the VWAP might have been around 1367 when I got into this. Actually, I am wrong. It must have been 1365 because that's right. I had a 7-cent stop on it. In at 1358 on the short. So the VWAP must have been 1365 in that area. And I said, okay, I'll take the trade, I'll take the short, and if it gets back up to the VWAP, I'll get out. And it never did, of course. So, I mean, has this been, like an incredible, like it's not like the BMEA or something like that moves two, three, $4 like that. But you give me two or three like that every day, or even just one, and I'll be really happy. You're right, Calvin. We used to see that. Oops, what am I doing? We used to see that, several, I don't know how long ago now, a year ago, year and a half ago. Yeah, when something was added to the small cap or one of those many S&Ps, yeah, you would see a pop and then you would see some kind of a run during the day, but not seeing that as much anymore because that was going to be literally a potential strategy, to know when those things were happening, maybe even take it the day before. Yeah, I forgot all about the dividend one from Lithium, this dividend strat. You look at ENVX, guys. I mean, this is really impressive. I mean, it had the pullback, a little bit of a pullback, but look at this. I mean, this is right at that high, 1293. I'm looking at the weekly chart, 1293, 1298, 1305, 1311. Guys, I mean, if it takes out 13 in any sort of a way, the next high for ENVX is way up here at 1519. So that'd be like $2. I mean, this has been very strong. I mean, it had some topping tails. We pointed this out, the topping tails, but yeah, the sellers took control for a bit, but not in any huge way. Your phobia of shorting stocks. Okay, guys, CVEO is must be on the move somewhere. Yeah, look at CVEO now, guys. But looking left, the next high is 2015. I guess that's far enough away, but we're in chase mode right now, unfortunately, for CVEO. Wow, ENVX now at 13. I mean, it has, if it kicks out that 1320 level, I mean, it's literally got room to 15. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but very, very strong on that news. Interesting. Yeah, tons of shorts available for me, for GME for me at Interactive Brokers. 2.5 million. All right, guys, I have covered more of the NABL. I don't have that much left, and I don't want it to run up that much more on me. So we got down to 2022 or something. So the minute it started coming off that 20s into the high 20s, covered some more. So I don't have very much left. Well, CVEO on the move here. I said maybe 20 might stall it, but wow, 2015 is the next high looking left. CVEO on the move. If there's any reason for this, I don't see any news on it today. I see yesterday it had some news initiating coverage. Stonegate Capital Partners. I don't know that. I don't see a price target they put on it. And that was yesterday. That was after the market closed too. So this has affected it today. Wow, low float too. 13 million in the float. That is a low float. This does not trade very much. 711,000 shares represents 68 times normal up to this time of day. So this does not trade very much. And witness the spread 1983 2004. Meanwhile, guys, ENVX. I mean, this ENVX. Sometimes I know people think I say S. Look at this now. Right into the, okay, there's the other area, 1326. That is the 200-day moving average. Massively strong today. That's an impressive move, 16% for with 116 million in the float. Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to commit to it. I mean, the CVEO, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Look at the spread now, 2010, 2040. I mean, it won't matter if it tacks on, $2 or $3 from here, but I mean, I don't know what's going to do that, of course. So, and this is again, this blue box you see here, blue window you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so look how that worked, guys. So the BBIO that I was demonstrating, how you could have practiced taking a trade and maybe getting close to the VWAP, 1712 I got to. There's the VWAP at 1735 and putting a stop at the low. Now, a couple of, yeah, there's something wrong here. Max P&L, yeah, no, that is actually fine. One of the things I like to show is the distance from the exit price as a column. Okay, that's going to tell you a little bit about how good were your exits. Now the max P&L also. Now you're going to see that because when I got out of this trade, it was actually the absolute, excuse me, the high of when I had the trade. Okay, so that's why the max P&L and the today's P&L are the same. Sometimes though, so this can give you a good gauge also how good are your exits. If you saw the max P&L was I'd say was 500, meaning at one point you were up $500 and then you allow it to get down to 85 before you exit. Obviously, not great management of the trade. Okay. The other one though is the distance from the exit price. So since I exited at 1684, it's tacked on 22 cents. Not what you'd want to see. Okay, but that's I think these are two important columns to have. Take a look at PYXS, Luis from our YouTube room saying it potential to take out yesterday's high. Well, yesterday's high, yeah. I mean, it's at yesterday's high, 421, and you posted that at 1121. Okay, so that's 1126 now. So it obviously took out yesterday's high briefly. Hey, look at EBS, guys. Now that is 940, 954 is the VWAP. So a little too close, perhaps. We'll see what happens. I mean, can it take out that VWAP in a big way? If it does, look out. I mean, look what it did pre-market. Pre-market got up to $11. Even just before the market opened, it was 1070 or so. But when the market opened, it just collapsed. I mean, it just went from 1071 all the way down to 876. It's a big, big, big sell-off. And the answer is yes. Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour. So again, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, OSCR maybe looking to take it out now. Look at this. I mean, now maybe a little late. There's the VWAP at 599. I was saying earlier, it's just hanging around the VWAP, but this is looking weaker now, and it's got nothing to do with the market. No, this is definitely trade. Look at this, three 15-minute candles down. Look at the market, 315 up. So this is trading on its own, which is what we want. Try to find the stocks that are trading on their own, not so beholden to what the market is doing. A lot of volume, 10 million shares. Oh man, I'm so interested in this one. All right, took it. Took it. OSCR. Okay, so I'm in two trades right now. So I'm in this short of the OSCR, right around it's short, right around the level it's at now, 584, and still have some of the NABL left. Is it really has that moved down to that 13 level, like Real said it would? I'm kidding him. He did not say it would. You know what just had a little bounce up here, guys, is FRC, and I think it's near the VWAP. FRC, I think it's near the VWAP, or it's above the VWAP, sorry, 1411. So it bounced, so it took out the, and it's moving, guys. FRC. Boy, I remember when Lulu was dead. Well, the controversy, the old CEO made some disparaging comments. Let's get that monthly chart up. You'll see what I'm talking about. To break it down, way down here. Yeah, it was dead. It was 66. I think it got down to $37. And that was it. It was all over for Lululemon. $37 back in 2014. I get it. But man, look at this. What a run. And this is just a huge day for it today on earnings. Just way outside the price range I trade, but mentioned it in case those of you who don't mind trading, more like high, like very expensive stocks, you don't mind, then Lulu may have been for you. Well, I tell the story every now and then where I used to live in Vancouver in an area called Kitsilano many years ago. And there was a little store that opened up down just, I don't know, 10 minutes from me called Lululemon Athletica, or something like that, a little hole in the wall. And that's where it all began. Incredible. I think the one thing about them is they rarely discount. They just rarely discount. You're not going to find like big blowouts on the pricing, and maybe that's it. People think they're getting a premium product, and all right, guys. Let's see. Another halt or resume. Noggin. Is this another IPO? No. Well, something. Okay. I don't know. I don't. Did they do a reverse split or something? NOGN, guys? I don't know what's happening here. NOGN? Yeah, something's going on here. There's no way this is. I think this is a reverse split, and our provider has our charts are not reflective of that. There's no way this is up 2,000%. Well, I mean, if it is, if you look here, but that's not news, so it has to be a reverse split. I would think so. Yeah, 1 for 20 reverse split. Okay, so this is not up 2,000%. Okay. Yeah, so the debut of HLP sort of met with a dull thud here, guys. All right, guys, 11:41. So in about 20 minutes, Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room while I take my 1 hour break. Break from the mic. I don't really take a break from trading or watching the market. I just take a break from the mic. All right, guys, I'm getting close to closing out my short for a little loss on the OSCR. Look at the CVEO again, just really hard to commit with that spread. I mean, in retrospect, that spread didn't matter that much, but CVEO for Solarhead News. For Solar Wind's government grant for 3.4 gigawatt project in India. So that is the news. That was the news. That was let's see, when did that actually happen? So that news hit IB anyway at 8 o'clock. So interesting though, market opens goes from 212 down to 207. Market opens. Well, the sector's strong probably because of First Solar. That I think that is heavily weighted with for TAN. I think I may be wrong, but there's TAN, the solar ETF. But I do see Run. Yeah, Run's up here. RUN, another solar play. Hey guys, I took myself out of the OSCR short for a small loss. I don't think, wow, now look at it. I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. So, UNCY guys, UNCY, let's see. Well, I don't know. The next high looking left is 220. And then after that is 235. I wish it were 235. Yeah, that must be yeah, I don't care too much about those ones. Captain K came out at $10, right? Yeah. I don't think these are really much to look at the day. Down the road, whoever they're going to maybe merge with, fine. But I don't think the day of these things launch, I don't really think that it's worth watching. Until and it could be months before they actually come out and say who they're looking to merge with. Well, not much happening for me right now. So this NAAS, well, it's taking out yesterday's high. Now, yesterday's high was 779. So it's just a little bit above yesterday's high. Now, the big deal is that the next high on the weekly chart is way up here. This is why I remember watching this one yesterday, 1048, because when it got up here, I thought, man, if it can hold up there, the next high was 1040 or 1095 on the weekly chart. And it's a low float, China stock, low float. Don't know if there was any specific news for this one yesterday. So it's an EV play. Okay, maintains the largest EV charging network in China. Okay, so it's an EV play. All right. Well, I don't have very much left, but Enable is giving me a little bit more. Just made a new low here. See if it takes out 1320. By the way, you see how the price alerts work, guys. You know, if you're not using price alerts, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. Very simple to do. You just go to the chart. So if I want to put a price alert on, I'm going to, and you minimize the window. You saw how that popped up on my screen when the price alert hit. And you sort on the trigger time. So you'll see the last alert right at the top. You can put a sound alert on it also. So if you happen to be away from your computer, like myself, every now and then I'm away from my computer, but I've got a wireless headset. So when I hear the sound, I can come roaring back, racing back, and seeing what's happening on that price alert. And again, just minimize the window. All right, guys. Well, break time coming up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in so that you can head over to YouTube while I take my break between 12 and 1. Jamie's not there yet, but he'll be there soon, probably in about a little less than 10 minutes. And so again, if you want to find out what our crypto plans are, you can ask Jamie. Wow, guys, this EVNX now is at such a critical level, but first of all, there's the 200-day moving average, 1326. So it's a little bit above it. And but now when you look left, 1519 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And as Real just pointed out, just through that 200-day moving average. So there's a case in which the news was, has just caused this. When I read this news, I thought, okay, big deal, but it doesn't matter what I think. It really doesn't. A non-binding letter of intent with YBS International to locate its Fab 2 facility in a YBS building in Malaysia. So that was the news. I mean, that was the news in the pre-market, and all right, fine. Well, okay, I see your comment, John. I mean, in terms of trying to figure out the market, yeah. I mean, if you look at Lulu and you say to yourself, it's stupid that it's up there. Maybe it is, but again, it doesn't matter what we think, does it? Has no bearing on what we think that this stock should not be up here, shouldn't have popped, $40, etc. Doesn't matter what we think, does it?
Did
I
I
think
just
I
hear
heard
the
a
word
little pop.
crypto, Barry?
Ah, good. Just to give me, okay, Jamie, just give me one moment. Okay. I want to shut down the other two rooms and then I'll join you. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, guys. So Jamie is in the room. So I put the YouTube links in so you can head over there. Just want to put my now back around. Oops, got to spell it right. 1 p.m. ET. Okay, so I'm muting myself, guys, in the main room. And for the how many people we have in our the 6 in Discord. All right, Jamie.
Can you hear me, Barry?
I can hear you loudly and clearly.
Did I hear you say the word crypto a minute ago?
I heard, yes, I said, well, listen, we've got our crypto master coming in between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. So I said, and I'm only saying that because I keep hearing in the marketing meetings that we seem to be getting closer and closer. So I thought, you know what? If people want to ask about crypto, you're the man. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, people can ask now. Will I have the answers? I don't know.
Well, I think, I mean, if somebody says, oh, great, when are we going to have crypto available? I understand that's not really something you can say with any, you can't be definitive about that.
True.
But we appear to be getting closer.
Yes, we are getting closer, 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 closer. But as to a specific date, I don't know. I just hope it's sooner than later.
Now, does that mean this year?
Barry, I would certainly hope so, but
Okay.
you know how dev work goes.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you see E and VX on my chart right here?
I do see EVNX. Yeah, you've
Okay.
probably heard me talking about it. Just
Yeah, but of course, um, can you guess where I got long? Let me tell you, it was right. There's my pen here. Where you at, pen? Here we go. Oops, wrong icon. Bear with me here, just one sec, Barry. Oh, and as fate would have it, my internet died right before I was due to come on with you. But luckily, I have a backup. First time I actually had to use it.
What, a generator in the backyard?
No, a backup. I have
I know.
two internet connections.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what's
Smart
going
man.
on with my pen here. Am I being? Oh, there we go. Well, huh? There we go. Okay, sorry, I'm a little disabled right now. Okay, so here's Jamie getting along right here on this nice, clean little break. And one, two, three, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, this should keep me in. And of course, what happens? Get shook out by a few pennies, and then we get the rest of this. So
Mm,
this is the trade that I'm cursing today,
right.
and got a little distracted. Could have made another entry here, but was just trying to
Was
keep
that
up with.
10:15? Was that 10:15 Eastern time? That you're talking when the market opened. You're not. I'm
That
only
was
looking at 15-minute
nine
candles.
twenty to 9:25 Central Time, so 10:20
Oh,
Eastern. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So I do see. Yeah. I mean, I see the red candle. I'm only looking at a 15-minute chart. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see how that
over
would have
here.
knocked you
Uh-huh.
out. Yeah.
Yep. But anyway, there have been some other good ones today, like for example this one, which I did
Oh,
manage to
huh.
get a
Yeah.
little
Yeah.
piece of that
Yeah.
earlier. But you can't win them all, Barry. Oh, and this little guy, oh my goodness. KC is just a little engine that could today.
Mm-hmm. That's a cloud play, right?
Uh-huh, I believe so. Night
Mm-hmm.
cloud, yeah. Mm-hmm.
My
Yeah.
big one for the day is NABL, enable, on a
The short,
short.
was it a short?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
uh-huh.
they had news in the pre-market or after hours, I guess, yesterday, and then pre-market being added to the S&P mid cap 600, which is
Yep.
usually obviously decent news for it. But I looked at the VWAP, and basically it was a VWAP play, and around 1360. I mean, the VWAP's a lot lower than that now, but
Right.
around 1370 or so, it started to break down below it, and I said, you know what? Take this trade. I got in at 1358. I put my stop at 1365, which was the VWAP, and man, what a great risk reward.
It
I'm
held up.
almost at it
Hmm.
now. But from 1358 down to 1325 with a 7-cent stop, not too bad.
No, that's what we call a good R multiple, Barry. Very good.
Yes, that is what we call a good R multiple.
What was
All
I
right,
was
my
in this?
friend.
Yeah. Okay, Barry, I will let you take your break.
Okay, thank you.
And I will see you back here at the top of the hour.
Yeah, you will. Okay, thanks, Jamie. Bye bye.
All right, buddy. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Let me just check a few things here. All right, let me mute the other site here. Okay, welcome to my desktop. Barry will be returning in about an hour. So if you have any questions, since this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session, if you have any questions, just use the questions panel to get them out there, and I'll do my best to give you a good answer. And Loco, nice little short setup here, not quite as beautiful as Barry's navel, but got a little short a little bit right here at the break around 875, and ended up plucking a little over 20 cents on it, on a relatively small risk as well. So not too bad on the Loco. I was kind of surprised it was shortable, but hey, I will not complain. And another good one that I was in this morning to the upside. Well, if my chart wants to cooperate here, this one took a little while to get going, but held up pretty well on this break right in this area right here, right there, right around the 528, 29 level. And then we got a nice little push up to 545. So not the biggest move, but pretty liquid and a nice risk to reward ratio, because unlike the one we were just looking at, I already forgot the symbol. Yeah, the ENVX. This one behaved, you know, getting long at the break right here, looking at the prior 15-minute lows. So it's almost hard to mark it up there, but you can see this was the risk area right here and a nice reward area that you could fit the risk area in several times. So stem was on my radar. Con, another good setup. Got in a little early on this one, just because the level 2 looked pretty safe. Don't really like trusting it, but it looked pretty thick and was behaving nicely. So I got out at this little pullback here after we saw it go from 514 up to 552. Got a little nervous in that wick right there. So none of the rest of this was on the table for me, but get a nice little play pretty early on after the first 15 minutes there. And then of course, KC, another strong one right off the bat. A little bit of a push on that break there after we took a little smiley face U shape down there. But some nice relative volume here on KC, which was accompanying this up move. All right, so just making sure I didn't miss anything. So it looks like the questions panel is open. So if you have a question, don't hesitate to use it. Now I did manage to pin my races here. When I'm actually trading, I take my resolution down a lot smaller so I can pack more stuff in here. But now you're seeing it for display purposes for webinars, so it's not so hard for you guys to see. But I did pin my races, so if we just kind of scan through, was not in this one, but boy, what a nice little move right off the open here on this BCLI. As soon as these pre-market highs were taken out, it was off to the races. Not in the first 5 minutes, but in that second 5-minute period, got a nice little pop all the way from $1.86, well, pretty much up to 231 without a tremendous amount of pain. A little consolidation right here before it decides it wants to repeat the pattern. Then get another little push from 217 up to 234. So a lot of potential in there. Was not in that one, but once again, one of my favorite races, Dawn of the Dead here. And of course, KC showing up on there as well. For those of you who might be asking, well, what does Dawn of the Dead even mean? If I compress my daily chart here, this is the pattern that Dawn of the Dead is looking for. And of course, I have to give credit where credit is due. This top list was created by Mr. Andy Linloff quite a while ago, years ago. But it never fails to produce some interesting trading candidates here. So BCLI, take a look at that daily. You're going to see more of the same. Not quite as pretty as that KC. But you can see in the lower range, way down there on the daily. Curve, not looking too bad too. And see, this is indicative of these plays. A lot of the times they're going to have pre-market highs and lows already put in, and that seems to be the catalyst for these guys. As soon as the stock opens up, see we open up above it here, second 5-minute period, we breach that 384 level, and then it took a nice little run up to 424. More of the same here with HEPS. Of course, not the prettiest pre-market to look at here, through some wiggles here, but eventually did grind higher. ATAI, if you look at the top of this range here, we're looking at about $1.40. Opening kind of a doji candle right there with a high, $1.41, and then the next candle, boom, off to the races, up to $1.62 there. So even though these are smaller dollar stocks, you're getting some very nice percentage moves, all just kind of keying off of whatever the pre-market high was, and then a breach of that typically initiates that up move. Good thing about these tighter ranges too is if you're wrong, you would use the low to pull the plug. Not a whole lot to deal with there, but still a nice up move. Eh, well, not too bad, just not doing much. And Goss, more of the same, just throwing some elbows there. But definitely nice on the BCLI and the KC. Bank stocks are getting a little breather today. Had some nice action yesterday out of PACW and the day before that, BAC. As we noticed these down days that were put in. Yesterday, BAC was good for a nice break and continuation here. Or not a big move, but I think yesterday I snagged about a quarter of that move before we had the bounce there. And been keeping a real close eye on PACW as well. Come on now, 15-minute chart. And you can see yesterday we had a nice break on PACW, 956 down to about the 917 level. So had some good short trades on BAC and PACW yesterday. Looks like everybody's getting a little reprieve today as far as the banking side, and of course, the bankers and the Fed are telling us that everything's fine. You know that the Silicon Valley mess was contained within 2 days, and everything's hunky dory. Well, the markets might be saying that right now, but for some reason, I just don't buy it. But we'll see. We'll see. I could be wrong. It's very possible, but it just seems that there's a lot more under the rug. So, not going to come in with any preconceived notions and blindly short or blindly get long banks, but they're definitely going to stay on my radar moving forward. Speaking of banks, Credit Suisse, one of the debacles, falling below $1. I've been trading this one for a good while, or we're still up in these ranges. And some of me and my cohorts always thought once this thing gets below 3, it's never going to look back. And looking back, we had the little day here, which got everybody all excited. But nope, take it back up for a couple of days, and then the gradual descent begins. I distinctly remember trading it on this day. What was that, the 17th? Closed around $2, I think. Yep. Closed at $2.01. Was having a conversation with a trader buddy of mine in a different state, and he's like, "Well, guess all the fun might be over on CS because according to my calculations, the deal's going to get done around 80 cents." And then the very next day, you can see what happened. We've been hovering around that 80-cent level for a very long time now. So will it ever see about $1 again? Who knows? Just once these things fall below $1, all the action and liquidity typically dry up. So it was fun while it lasted. UBS brought back the old CEO today. Interesting move. Yeah, Patrick, and I'm sure you've been keeping up with a lot of the things that I have as well. It just seems like there's no way that it could be contained, right? Not that quickly. So at least we've got a catalyst out there that can come into play at any moment and give us some volatility, which, from a trader's perspective, it's always a good thing. Deutsche Bank, talk about a bank that seems to have immunity. I think they should have probably went the way of Credit Suisse a long time ago, but they've got a long history of doing kind of strange things. But time will tell. Yeah, well, could be a smart move on their behalf if they need a clean house and try to get things back into, I guess, for lack of a better term, compliance, whatever that means these days. I was a little reluctant to take this break here. I did I scaled back some share size and took a little bit here from the 28, almost got filled at 28.60. So up a whopping, you know, not even a dime yet on some small lots, but just didn't feel that today was a big risk a day. There's Barry's navel coming through again. Once again, a nice clean break from that 1360, or I think Barry's price was 1358. Not too shabby. Other than that, this kind of feels from a market perspective. Obviously we had the gap up today, but all during this period here until we had this little swoon down, it was pretty boring day yesterday. And, look at this little bottom that we're putting in, kind of putting in the same type of little V-shaped bottom here. Might make a run at highs again as the day progresses. Certainly staying nice and green. But look what we have to contend with here. Butting right up against that 50-period moving average as we form this little doji right here. And of course, yesterday, almost the same type of candle that we're seeing right now, just dipping perfectly below the 10-period moving average, which has acted as support over these past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. And now we're up here flirting with the 50. So if we do get a little frisky, maybe, this is in play. Just not a whole lot of room. Of course, it is Wednesday. Wouldn't be surprised to see a nice little grind higher. And we could potentially even maybe close above this little area here before Friday gets put in. Time will tell. Let's check back in on STEM. I don't hear it hitting new highs anymore as it just kind of flattens out here. And a nice little gap down on STEM today. And that bottoming tail. And we got to go way back here. Which was that was that a dip into the abyss? It appears so. I didn't notice that earlier. I wasn't looking at it that close off the open. I was alerted to it when it started hitting new daily highs again. Of course, that was after all of this activity. But boy, yeah, it took a little glance into the abyss and said no, no, no. But interesting. I'll certainly keep my eyes on that one moving forward because, well, once we get under this level here, there's nothing for it to bounce off of. No clear areas of support anywhere. Let's see, how long ago was that STEM was hitting highs? Back in 2021. So not that long ago, just a couple of years. Up in the trees at almost 40 bucks and now circling the drain right around the $5 level. Pardon me 1 second here, ladies and gents. All right, candlestick. Reading your question here. Do you have any opinion on preference on patterns versus horizontal levels? Well, I kind of look, it's kind of a merging of the two, right? If we look at the stem here, whether we're looking at the 5 or the 15, we got the bottoming pattern, then we have the consolidation pattern, right? Now you can see I've dropped my horizontal lines there. Um, but when I see things like this, and this is one of my favorite plays, of course, you have to plot through a lot of symbols before you find, you know, nice ones like this. Um, but it's kind of the same, consolidation pattern, bottoming wick, consolidation pattern. And then once these planes are broken using my horizontal lines, um, well, then that's when I like to act. If we go back, I keep forgetting the symbol on this one. But the method to the madness here. See, this is a beautiful pattern. It's just got a little wicky on me, right? So when I saw the break at this level here, right? I'll just drop an arrow here to illustrate. When I got the alert coming through, ENVX, new high. Of course, we had a little run up from the bottom, so definitely buyers in it. Buyers and sellers become equal for a while. Then we pop that new high. So I get long here. I'm thinking to myself, well, my typical rule of thumb, if this is the entry candle here, my modus operandi is I look back 15 minutes, not including the entry candle, 5, 10, 15. So this is what I marked as my risk. Low of that candle was 12.75. So typically what I do is just put my stop maybe 1 or 2 pennies below. In this case, I dropped it at 74. You can see right here the low of that candle was 69. So through a little elbow, dipped below my stop price, and then went, right? But this is the pattern that I'm looking for. Now that's not a very long consolidation, but it's kind of a little intraday flagging area, right? Which a lot of the times these work. This one did not. They don't all work. Now, if I would have been a little bit more attentive, I should have made another entry as we reclaim these levels here. But just getting back to your question there, patterns and incorporating horizontal lines in there, um, whether you're marking off a wedge pattern or marking off a consolidation pattern, this just helps make it easier on the eyes there. So candlestick, let me know if that did it for you or maybe a little bit more detail. Hello, Iris. I haven't really been developing any new races. Of course, we've had the races out for a while, and for a while there, I was watching all kinds of races. Um, but I've got enough things on my screen to watch, and I'm telling you, I've got Positive Change from Open and Dawn of the Dead. These are my two favorite races. I've tried all different types of top lists and races. These are the two that suit me. So these are the two that I keep on watching because really all I use these for are symbol list building and earnings are kind of petering out. So the way that I create my watch list, and I'll do a little scanning, the evening before. But for the most part, I'm collecting all of my symbols probably about 30 minutes before the market opens. Now, as I said, earnings are starting to peter out here, but let me see if I have my earnings list still open. Yeah, here we go. So just to kind of give you an idea of my process in the morning, right? What I'll do, and even though we don't have a whole lot of earnings stocks to look at, and let's see, I don't see any 7.5s in there. So for my different layout, all I do is this for the most part. Now keep in mind, I've got my favorites here that I like to trade, right? And these are primarily stocks that I like to scalp, with the exception of GS. I've just got GS up there as a more or less as another indice. But all these are lower dollar stocks and they're fairly liquid. So when I go to trade these, assuming I like what's happening, you can get into some pretty good size. And, even if you only make a few pennies on something and you've got, two, three, 4,000 shares, well, that's a nice little trade from a scalping perspective. So I'm always watching these guys and I'll add and subtract stocks as I see fit. The other way I build my list of stocks to watch through my high-low tickers is, before the open. I just take all the stocks that are reporting today before the open and after the close. And you can see after I added the closing stocks that are reporting after the open or the close today, all I do is I just copy all these symbols, right? Well, I say that I don't get the prices. I just highlight this one row, right? Hit the old Control C, copy that into my custom list, which these windows are pointed at. And then after the first 15, up to the first 30 minutes, I take the top 10 race winners. And typically I'll do this for these guys and just right click and come in here and add or send those stocks to my appropriate list. And that's how I build my list for the day. Pretty simple process. Works for me. That is true, Candlestick. Technical analysis in general, right? Just because it's a pretty pattern does not guarantee that it's going to work, right? That's why we have to use, uh, you know, appropriate stops on everything, regardless of how pretty the pattern is. ENVX, from a day trading perspective, is the perfect example of that, right? Looked nice, was pretty well behaved until we had this elbow thrown and this elbow thrown. But I can show you a handful of other patterns that look exactly like this that worked, right? So it applies to any time frame. Intraday, 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 15, 30, daily, weekly. Can I share the one with the scalp, please? I'm not really sure which one you're referring to there, Iris. The one with the scalp, if you could be a little bit more specific. Tell you what, I'm getting really annoyed at seeing that pop up since I had to do my internet swap over. Bear with me here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I was hoping, I wouldn't lose you guys. Just had to get that VPN active again so it didn't keep annoying me. Can you guys still hear me? Patrick, Iris, can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay, good, good, good. I was panicky there. I thought I lost it. So Iris, are you just talking about this top list here? Because this is pointed to a custom list, so it wouldn't populate if I sent it to you, right? Because if we look at the list here, see, it's just a list of those stocks. Now, if you're looking for things that have volume, for example, I'm noticing this. Oh my goodness. See, this would have just been stupendous here, right? Look at HKD and look at this. I mean, you could level your house with that consolidation for today. And then, had I been watching HKD, I mean, even if you bought the top of that candle at 707, look what you were in store for, right? So, talk about winning the lottery on a consolidation play there. That would have been just Gorgeous. And I'm sure it probably came through. I don't know if it came through this one or not. What time was that? 11:15. I do not know, but look at the volumes that are pumping through here. Some news must have come out. 5-minute volume. Divide by 100, right? So 80 times normal 5-minute volume as this move is being put in here. But it seems to me like, of course, this is lunchtime in New York. 11 o'clock here is 12 o'clock there, but I forget what it is. It's some kind of rebalancing that takes place, or, well, scratch that. There's always something really interesting happening, it seems, at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time, right? And this is just one of those plays. Let's see if there's any news on it. Well, no, I don't see anything since the 24th, but something's going on there. Let's see. What would have not... the relative volume got it. $11.15. Price isn't keeping it out. Daily, average daily volume. Nope, that wouldn't have got it out either. Just curious. That's why I'm doing this, as to why. It must be that volume filter in there. Yeah, for some reason. Okay, so there it is. There we go. So of course, look at this. I mean, talk about Dawn of the Dead style. Holy mackerel. Look at the previous high of this thing. Assuming that's right. 2,000, 2,500 bucks. As I recall, yeah, okay, I remember when this one first came out and it just took that massive run. I do remember that one. I also remember hearing Barry talk about it. Wow. Well, got a long way to go to highs. But it's funny because it's like, okay, as it's hitting high here, yeah, we've only got about 4 cents. So notice the room was never very big until we got, up here and started breaching these levels, and it's like 66 cents. And that's about where it stopped, right? And if we zoom out, well, looky there. Look where it stopped. Perfect little area of supply. Very interesting. Which leads me down another path here. Obviously, this little ticker down here will produce some very good plays for, with these things in place, relative volume, making sure they're thick, but you miss out on things like that. So it makes me curious. See this playa, another great example of a range break, right? We got the open, we got the top put in, now we have the bottom put in, now we go range bound. And slowly but surely, right about here, we get that break at 917, 510, 15. So this would have been the risk level for this range break, and the reward level way up here. So this is what we look for, right? If you can stomach that risk, which in this case was all of, let's see, 918, 9 cents, okay? 9-cent risk, and if we mark it at 920, 25-cent. Well, no, that's not right. 920, 20, yeah, about 25 cents there. So not quite a 3x, but well over a 2. But anyway, I got off course there. There's Barry's Oscar coming through. But getting back to the point here, what would have found HKD in this case? Well, instead of using average daily volumes, we could probably come in and attach something like, okay, it's got to be doing extremely high 5-minute volume. So if we say, okay, had to be 2.5 times greater than normal on the 5-minute. So let's see if that would have found HKD. All right, it's still showing up. And to get that exact value, we would use equality, or actually just install that as a column since it's not an alert. Oh, today, okay. So now, go back to the magic area here, 11:15, and we can see was pushing 4 times normal 5-minute volume in that first little warm-up bar there. But as you can see, as things heated up, we crescendoed. 4,800 divided by 100, 48 times normal on the 5-minute. So interesting. So now that we've figured out that would have gotten it, I wonder what other different symbols might be scrolling through here. So let's point it back to the whole market. And I'm sure there's going to be some thin ones in here. Aha. Interesting that stem shows up on there because I played this one through the break right here. Just had to sit a little sideways action before we got the move. And of course, just because it did find that one doesn't mean they're all going to be pretty. As I said earlier, there's going to be some thin ones in here. ENVX, the one that I got wiggled out of, showing up as well. Ooh, that one's nice right there. Bam, as soon as it broke that level right there and started this bar, buck 86, buck 87, buck 88. Nice little move on that guy. All right, so see, this is leading me down a different path. I mean, I've played around with these before. There we go. Here's another one. A little after the fact. But still some good levels being identified here. Just ensuring that that 5-minute volume, not bad on XPEV. Let's see. If I would have taken this trade at around 11:23:24, let's say, 5:10:15, that would have been my stop right there, and it would have held up nicely through a little bit of a wiggle, but 11:22 up to 28 cents and I don't know, about a 13 cents, a little 2 for 1 there. on XPEV. Okay, we'll see. And of course, when we see things like this, we just go, no, thank you. Definitely a different take here. Okay, well, I'll have to work on that one. Try to clean it up a little bit. And HKD holding up. I mean, nice little 50-cent pullback, but man, something's going on there. TV showing up. You know what? Ugh. As I said, something always interesting happens in this hour. So I traded this one a lot this morning, just trying to feel it out. And something has changed because it never does this, right? But there was a huge offer at that I can't remember. Let's see, the highs here, 498, 498. So there's a guy with like 200,000 shares on the offer. I'm like, man, when they clear that thing out, this thing's gonna take a pop. Well, of course, as the stock gods laugh at me, it just happened to happen. You guessed it, in the 11 o'clock hour. So when I see instances like this, I mean, you could have had as many shares as you wanted. You could have been in 10,000 shares at 98, and you could be peeling out right now for 3 or 4 cents. That's 400 bucks on a pretty riskless trade, right? And what's odd is I've been trading TV for a couple of months now, and it's changed. I don't know what's going on there. All of a sudden these big orders are showing up. Like, well, I'll take advantage. Just I got to miss my opportunity today, but easy money on that one today if you were watching it. Blue, lots of downside action. I'm just kind of teasing everybody right now, but is this one visiting? I do believe so. Okay, we got a little bit of room here. Low 295 today, 289, 287. So it looks like 287 is the magic number here. So just 8 cents away from the hole or the abyss as well. Definitely going to keep an eye on this one. If it doesn't do it today, it might do it tomorrow, but not looking for good. Not looking too good for blue today with earnings being released before the open today. Now, having said that, what I was talking about the pre-market ranges earlier, kind of a wide range there, 463, but just keying off of this lower level here. That's actually a pre-market candle in there. We had the low was 358, and we opened at 368. Little dime down, and then boom, never look back. There's Barry's navel again. Beautiful setup. Sets up kind of, yeah, that wick just kind of ruined the party there. But as we chopped lower here, nasty little wiggle. would have gotten me out, but then the head lower. And stem holding up to the upside. I thought this little guy was done for actually, because you can see, going back to my comment, I had a lot of fun with GSAT, started trading it back here, had a lot of fun scalping that one. But just recently, it took the dip below 1, didn't stay there very long, and now it's doing its best to reclaim, you know, up 9% today. Was it real buying? Was it manipulation? Who knows? Who cares? All I know is when they're above a buck, lots of liquidity, lots of action. And once they go below, not so much. So GSAT getting a reprieve from obsolescence for my trading. All right, Jethro, see your questions there. You have a bucket of stocks that you trade regularly, and then you look for other opportunities every day. Yep, that is correct. And if so, how many in the bucket, and how often do you rotate them? Well, for example, on my little favorites list here, as I said earlier, I don't really trade Goldman Sachs very much. I just like to keep it up there, just as a barometer. Kind of like what I have over here with my SPY and diamonds and Qs and IWM and all that good stuff. Um, but the only time I'll kick one out is if it falls below $1. For some reason, I haven't kicked CS out just because I like to keep tabs on it. I even traded it a little bit today, down in this range right here, just for giggles. Made a few bucks here and there. Um, but I'll kick them out if they fall below a buck, right? And of course, GSAT was the only one even teetering on that level there. So yes, I'll trade these stocks every day. HBI, it's kind of changed its tune a little bit lately as well, a little more range bound. But it's been a nice little grinder on the intraday. Kind of getting wore out here. Not a whole lot of action in it today. So sometimes they go to sleep and sometimes they change completely. I was talking about this TV. Oh, look, and it just can't stop. Okay. So once again, I've got my little stable of scalping stocks. Um, and the only time I'll remove one is if it falls below a buck. VCSA used to be a lot of fun as well. CS used to be a lot of fun, but they're down below that dollar level and they just kind of dry up. Now, my thick volume leaders, I'm always keeping an eye on this list just so I can see the stocks that are starting to get active on the smaller time frames, right? We can find out where the action is quicker than relying on good old-fashioned metrics like relative volume, so forth and so on. And as far as the additional stocks, Jethro, um, any stock that's going to have earnings on the day, I'll create a list, pop it into my custom list, and these tickers will not only tell me when my favorite stocks are hitting highs and lows, but also any earnings plays for the day. And as I said earlier, earnings are just down to a trickle now. This was the entire list of stocks that were reporting either today before the open or after the close. So if I had to take a guess, I think I had slightly less than 100 stocks in my list today, which might sound like a lot, but when you consider almost 9,000 tradable securities out there, a universe of 100 to watch isn't really that cumbersome, especially if you're watching for highs and lows because they're typically not doing it all at the same time. Yeah, so Jethro, you know, keep in mind if it's a race stock or an earnings play and I pull it up and it looks interesting, of course you have to take spread and liquidity into play, right? So if it's a very liquid stock, then obviously my size is going to be a little bit bigger. But some of these more obscure stocks, and mainly that come through the races, they'll be a little bit spreadier. Maybe the spread's not a penny, maybe it's 2, 3, 4, 5 cents, and maybe it's just all chart, no order book. So I'll significantly decrease my size on that and just play specifically on that move. Whereas if it's a scalping stock with a penny spread and it's very thick, if I get a little fidgety and I see that bid starting to go, I'll just bail out. Say, okay, no harm, no foul. I took my chance, scratched or took a small loss. So if it's a more obscure stock, not quite as thick, a little bit less liquid, then I'll have to downgrade my share size and stick to that hard stop, especially if it's a breakout play. But if we were to pull up, say, a level two, for the longest time, level two was completely useless to me because you know, what was there could immediately not be there. In other words, big offer, big bid could disappear. But as I said earlier, I'm starting to see things that I haven't seen in a long time, and TV is the epitome of that. You know, as I said, there was a 200,000 share offer at 498, just kept getting pecked on, pecked on, pecked on. So you could have been in as many shares as you could handle. Could have easily been in 10,000 shares at 498 and be looking for an exit, on that TV. So how liquid they are and spread are always very important for me anyway. Everybody's a little different. But probably the trade of the day right there. If I had to say there was a trade of the day, it was this one. All right. Yeah, Patrick GSAT, to be honest with you, I don't even know what they do. Is it a satellite? Yeah, I don't know. Satellite communications, yeah. That's been a hard market to try to play from an investment standpoint. Many, many years ago, it was Iridium, and I don't think they did very well. You're welcome, Jethro. Things kind of getting sleepy here. Really low volumes on the SPY. Banks are holding up. DB taking a little pullback there. I just got to laugh at this one. All you can do is chuckle. Bear with me 1 second here. And crypto had a nice little move over the, let's see here. Let's just check in on the big boy real quick here. These are 4-hour candles. Yeah, so we were dancing around down here, down at the 26 level. So from the lower end, 26.6, trying to creep back up here. This 20 period EMA has been a pretty good guiding hand. Let's see how it looks on the daily as well. Hey, Barry.
Hey, Jamie, I'm going to give you an idea
What's that?
because I know you love this sort of stuff.
Did you
So,
see? Did you see what I missed, Barry?
yes,
Dude, I got to tell you, that was the easiest slam dunk trade that I've seen in a long time.
you're talking about TV?
Correct.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
that would not be because I would never be taking that number of shares, and I know you're very different from me. But I do see what you're talking about for sure.
Yeah.
But I would have a tough time taking 10 or 15,000 shares or something like that. Even though, I mean, it looked like your risk was pretty well identified. Yeah, probably not
Oh yeah.
didn't run the risk of it having just like dropped completely on you. But I just have a tough time taking that number of shares for something like that. But you're a different trader from me.
Well, sure. Hey, even if you're only in a couple of thousand, you made a couple $100.
Yep.
Pretty
Ah,
riskless. Talk about
look
a
at
risk to
NABL.
reward ratio.
Look at NABL. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
Oh yeah, your navel just keeps on
Enable,
going.
yeah. Oh man. This is getting me. Now I don't have as much left as I had, but
Yeah, that's a
it takes
nice
out
move,
13.
Barry.
So here's an idea for you, okay?
Sure.
Um, type in BANL, okay?
Bamel.
BANL. I don't know if you've seen this one before.
It's a youngster.
It's a youngster.
Okay.
Started trading, what, 4 days ago? 4 days
Hmm.
ago. Out of Singapore, I believe. Okay, and
Okay.
that's the key, out of Singapore. Look at the first 2 days of trading.
Yeah.
Did nothing. I think the structure was something like 2 million shares at $4, something like that. It's an IPO, okay?
2 million
And
in the
then look,
float.
pardon me?
2 million shares in the float.
Yeah, something like that.
Wow.
I
Okay.
think, yeah, like really, really low. And then, of course, you see what's happened the last 3 days. I mean,
Hmm.
it's look, lots of topping tails and all. I actually
Yeah.
traded this one, but what I want you to take a look at is HLP.
All right. Let me 1 second. I'm going to write this one down so I don't forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's that? H what P?
HLP.
Help.
Help. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right.
Now, this is out of China, okay? IPO out of China, same
Okay.
kind of structure, $4. I think they released maybe 3 million shares, something like that.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do on this one, it's had a miserable day today. I'm going to wait on it though and see if over the next several days maybe takes out that 440,
Yeah.
450 area and has a little bit of a run like the BANL. I've noticed that these Asian stocks, the other one was out of Singapore, but this is out of China. If you have a little bit of patience, put a proper price alert in, sometimes you can just get some wild moves. So I thought I would throw that out to you.
No, I will. I'll definitely keep that on my list. And as we speak, another new low on Nable.
Yes,
And look,
I
it's saying
know.
94 cents a room right here.
Wow.
So it's
I
looking at
mean, this
this.
gave me way more than I thought. This probably is one of the best trades I've had in a long time with respect to risk reward because I had a 7 cent stop on it, and so I'm in from 1358.
Yeah, and I
So,
think I also just started taking. I forgot to mention this to the crowd, but I'll also fold in any stock that gapped up to 7%, and any stock that
mhm,
gapped down at least 7% or higher. And that's how Nable got on my list today. And I remember hearing the speech to text call it out. I just didn't look at it. I was too busy with other
mhm,
things. And
yeah,
that was right there where you got it, basically at the
yeah,
1350-ish or 60-ish level. Hmm.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just a really, and I heard you say that, I think I was listening at one point, you said that you might have got stopped out or something. I did take, look, I took some out at 1342. I took some out at 1329, and
Hmm.
now I'm riding the rest. So, I think the fact that I took some out at 1342 allowed me to keep it
Yeah,
and then partake in this bigger move down. So important to take some profit, I think, so that
absolutely.
you don't, because Jamie, I mean, we're traders, and you don't want to have that thing. I mean, if I'm in at 1358, I don't want to see it go right back to 1358 or worse. And when I was up, 20 25 cents and something on a 7 cent stop, I don't want to see that happen, of course. So you take some out, and now you can kind of ride it. And if it goes back up to where you shorted it, so be it. But at least you've made some profit.
That's true. And a lot of the times they'll regress right back down to that entry level and then go. So
Exactly.
that's what I've also been trying to experience a little, or try to have a little more patience. You're like,
hmm
oh, that looks perfect. But yeah, but wait, they'll rip it back down and then rip it right back up again. And a lot of the times you can get a better average cost,
hmm
doing that. But yeah, you're right. Taking profits, you feed the greed demon, and the
You
fear
feed the
demon.
greed demon. Yep, you
Uh-huh.
feed the greed
And
demon,
it
and then
alleviates the fear demon. So
exactly,
you got to tend to those demons.
exactly, and we have many. We have many demons, so
There's
they're at
a
work
there's
all
a
day
song
long.
about that. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Do this, don't do that, do this, don't do that. Oh man. All right, my friend, if you want to take off now, it's about 12:59,
Hey,
so
did you
Eastern time.
hear what was going on with the? I didn't find any news on this HKD unless something came out.
No, they had
No?
some news a few days ago on HKD. This is, you know this one. I mean, they got up to what, $2,500 a few
Right,
months
that's what
ago.
I was like, "Oh, now I
Yeah,
remember this one." It was like the 2,500 one. Mhm.
yeah, yeah. But no, I don't see any specific news on it. I think it had some news. A week ago or something. But this is just one of those ones. I heard you saying or trying to. Somebody might have asked you, how would I find that one? Well, yeah, you can find that one, but you might find 30 others that don't do that.
True.
And
Yeah, we did a little
so it's.
I did a little exercise, and interestingly enough, it I found some other ones.
Oh, really? Okay.
Always good to, keep tweaking things. So,
Did I hear you say take out like I never ever ever, and I mean ever, I can say ever 1,000 times. I never use the average 5 day or 10 day or 20
right.
day.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
never do, never. I think I might if I were more into swing trading, perhaps, wanting to get something that's, but certainly intraday trading, I don't think it matters because, well, why would you say, well, only going to trade stocks that have had, trade a million shares over the last 5 days? Well, if you do that, then the stock that explodes today for, 20 or 30 million shares that hasn't done anything over the last
Hmm.
5 days, you never see it.
That is true.
So if you're day trading, I mean, I don't see the need to use an average 5, 10, whatever 20-day volume. I just don't see the need for it.
Yep, you are correct.
I am okay. I'll chalk that one up on the
You get
pro
a gold
side.
star, Barry.
Yeah, all right. All right, my friend. I will let you go now and
Sure.
have a
Let me,
nice rest of the week.
yeah, let's see. There's my StreamYard. Alrighty, I'll just wait for you to take that screen back.
There. Speaking of
Excellent.
HKD, and it's funny because HKD normally is not shortable at Interactive Brokers, but I see today there are 40,000. But yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
tough one.
yeah.
I mean, I mean, in retrospect, everything looks obvious, but you know, I mean, I suppose you could say when you look at HKD, and I'm looking now on a 5 minute chart, and I
Yeah.
see three huge topping tails. So there was an argument to be made that the last break underneath eight. Oh, wait, take a few, maybe put a stop at I don't know 820, 825, and see what happens. And I guess well that would have worked.
Yeah. The question is, what was it shortable up there? Or did the shares pop in later?
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. And as Patrick is saying, it's some kind of a chat room pump. Luckily, that's not us, Jamie. We don't chat room pump.
Ah, the old chat room pump.
Yeah.
That
And
reminds
that's
me.
and that's terrible, when you think about it, because there's no reason for HKD to be moving higher. Like somebody might say, well, Barry, you're pumping too when you say a stock has earnings and or if you look left, there's all sorts of room. I don't believe I'm pumping. I'm just sort of pointing out, maybe an opportunity. But I certainly would never say on an HKD, when it's $7. Okay, boys, everybody should pile in.
Oh yeah, for sure, for
I
sure.
mean, never, 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 never.
Yeah. All right, my friend. I will let you get
Okay.
to it, and we will. I can't wait for that webinar tomorrow. How about you?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm very interested in it myself.
Yeah, I can't wait till we get the intraday versions of that as well. So.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, being worked on as you know as we speak. So,
Yep.
yeah. Okay.
All right. We'll see you later, Barry. Thanks. Bye bye.
Okay. All right, everybody. I should be back in all the rooms now. Yes, I should be back in all the rooms now. No, nothing is based on algos, SP. Nothing. I mean, well, it depends what you mean by an algo. But no, I'm not. It's just literally any stock in this particular case. Any stock between 10 and $50, 500,000 shares traded, up 2% from yesterday's close, 500,000,000 in the market cap, and 50 million in the float minimum. Any stock that is moving the most since the start of the race, it'll show up. Okay, so it's I don't. It's not based on algos or it's just based on. Well, it's a filter. Of course, it is a filter. In other words, those filters have to be met, and then whatever stock is moving the most at the beginning, like over the course of the race. So there's BBIO has moved, 0.66%. You're not going to see huge percentage moves. If you're looking for huger, more huge percentage moves. The other one that I'm sharing is the more volatile version of this because what I did in the other one is I took out the 500,000,000 market cap and the minimum float of 50 million. So consequently, you will see stocks that are moving a lot more quickly, but with that comes the volatility on the way down also. So nothing to do with algos. Yeah, I don't really get too wrapped up in that sort of stuff, algo trading or is it algo trading? I really don't. So when we click on BBIO as an example, so you see what's happening here. So even though it's only moved, well, it's 1% now only, but look what's happening. I think this is one that yeah, I mean, look at this. So this has been a terrible exit. I use this one as a demonstration on how to use the simulator to take a trade. Okay. And I got out of it because I wanted to show people how you can get out of a trade also. But, took that trade at 1667, 1775 now. I got out of it at 1684 with a little profit, but it's 91 cents above. But look what's happening. I mean, this could easily keep moving. The spike high was way up here at 1890. Now, we're never saying it's going to get up to 1890, but obviously it still has some room. So there's an example of something that even though it might not, it's only 1% move since the race started and the race is almost over. So more than likely it's going to win. And look you know what I forgot to mention a long time ago is that what it does is it creates a nice watch list for you for the day. It's made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So look at BBio, number one position. Now it just won another race. So it has won 11 races. Obviously, have to watch it. A stock that wins 11 races should be watched all day long. Figure out little areas. Maybe, if you missed it on the big move, it depends on a person's trading style. Maybe you put a price alert on some kind of a pullback area that you like. It doesn't have to be the VWAP. You might have a person might have the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart or ADMA or something. And you put a price alert there and see if it pulls back. Or what if it takes out the high? Maybe that's enough to get you into it. And then there's FRC. So this is just going to build a watch list for you for the day. So again, if you're new to trading, whoa GME. I well, maybe you can tell by my excitement, but I mean, I'm not trying to do this after the fact, but yeah, while I was on my break, right about here. Now, guys, I have an alert set here for 22 for GME. Now, again, I set these price alerts. That doesn't mean the minute I get an alert, I'm going to take the trade. But what it does mean is that now I know it's at a level that I'm very interested. Would I take the trade? Not if, this continues like this. In other words, if I get another giant red candle, another giant red candle, I'm not going to chase it. But boy, I sure want to know about it if it gets down to 22 for GME. And why would that be? Well, look left. The next low looking left is 17. And again, it had to pop because of, okay, I see surprise on their earnings release. They claim they made money. I shouldn't say it like that. I'm not trying to say they lied, but it was an earnings surprise. Okay, now look at the ENVX, guys. So the ENVX had a pullback. Where did it pull back to? Now, it did not get even close to the VWAP, but this is where the anchored VWAP comes in. Okay, you start anchoring it at different levels, and this is why anybody who's listening to me right now, and hears me talk about an anchored VWAP. I had an anchored VWAP at 1326. I'm going to show you. This is on another charting program. Once we're able to save the anchored, like I'll show you what I'm talking about. So there's the anchor. You may not get the same one. No. Let me do another one. Maybe it was here. Yeah, so there is the anchored VWAP starting at this low, at that low right there. Okay, so you see it's up here, 1316. You see, I drew an anchored VWAP on another charting program that was at 1320, and it hit 1326, and it bounced off that anchor. I mean, it's a bit of an art where to put where to start the anchor. But that's why, if you come into the webinar tomorrow, and Brian Shannon will, he'll give you some ideas about where to put them. The lows of different areas, the highs of different areas. Oh, and this one is just all intraday proud. This is all intraday. So let me just show you. I mean, I'm using the reason I can use TradingView, and reason why right now we're a little. I'd have to keep this, or I'd have to thumbnail this, okay? Because the minute I go off it, oops, got my. So the minute I go off it, now I'll go back to ENVX. They're gone. That's the VWAP, but the anchored VWAP right now, and that obviously it's been worked on. So this is what I saw. This is what I saw. This is on this trading view, okay? So there's I put the anchor there, I think, and look what it did. It got right into it. Now it's not 100%, and it bounced off it. Yeah, I'll provide the link for the webinar. It is tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern time. But again, if you can't make it live, don't worry. You'll get sent you'll be sent the replay. Okay. And I think we were well over 1,000 yesterday. And you know how people are, they usually wait till the last minute. So I think we could have 1,500 people in that webinar tomorrow. And what's going to happen is that Michael Noss and Steve Gomez will be there, and they'll ask questions of Brian. I mean, Brian has obviously some kind of a presentation, and and questions from anybody. Now, I don't know how they're going to deal with it if we have. I don't think we'll have 1,500 people live. I think a lot of people will sign up and then wait for the transcript, but we could have 300 or 400 people live. I guess I don't know. Be really interesting. And I think what'll happen is Michael and Steve will monitor the questions as they come in and ask Brian the questions. And the other thing you can see is that there's the 200-day moving average for ENVX at 1326. Okay, big shout out to Real. Missed it by a penny. A long time ago, he said to me 1301 would be a target. I don't know if he meant a target for NABL, and it got down to 13. So I'm out of the trade now, guys. That was just an awesome on a 7-cent stop. I was saying to Jamie, what's one of my best trades based on risk reward? No headline on FHN. I don't see FHN. Why? Maybe it's out of the price range. I don't see that as a. Oh, I know why. So you don't have relative volume. I don't have relative volume either. So let's compare. You can see what I've got here. I mean, the volume obviously is fine. You would think that the 2-minute range was 15 cents. Probably was down 3% from at this point down here was down 3% from yesterday's close. Maybe check that. Well, some filter prevented it. Really? Okay, 2 and 50. That's the obvious. 4,000, yes. 15-cent range, 2 minutes. Down 3. It's not down 3% now, of course, but you would think that down here it would have been. RSI no more than 15. And that doesn't matter. 15 minutes after the market opens. Nope, didn't get it. Honest. Only 2 today. And I see the SPY's at 400. Real must be gone because he would have heard me say, but his target on the NABL. So I'm going to hold this GME short. This is in the simulator, and boy, if it takes out 22, this is going to be really catastrophic, I think, if it takes out 22. I have no idea. It must be a fib. It's got to be a fib. But I have no idea if he took the trade though, or if he was just trying to help me out on it. El Toro, Toro. Let's see what Toro is doing. Wow, Toro. Wow. Okay. Whoa, this has got some room too. Toro's got some room. Now I can't take it right now. Toro has got some room. 362 is the next high looking left on that daily chart. So something's giving it a pop here. 12 million shares. We have no float information on it. We're talking about NABL, John. He indicated that 1301 might be a target. Let me just do a quick look to see. We're at the float of 9 million here, okay? We don't have any float information. So Captain, you use this dilutiontracker.com, right? Captain, are you still around? Waiting to see if somebody gave me this. Yeah, no, yeah. So I've got this. If you can see my screen. So how accurate? Why is this? Why are these guys so accurate? I mean, what makes them more accurate than any other service out there? In other words, why do you believe this over another? If you go to Finviz or some other one that has the float, why do you believe these guys more than anybody else? So you're answering he verifies the float by hand. And I'm using, I mean, Finviz and we don't have any float data on it, but Finviz may have the same. I'm not so much. I'm using this as an example, I guess, but I guess my question. So he verifies by hand. Now, how the heck does he do that? Goes into the filings and counts them share by share? But seriously, how does he, what does that mean? So he goes into the filings. Just give me a moment, guys. I want to pass this on to somebody. Okay, guys, I'm going to do that. Okay, hey, listen. Guess what? Guess what? Give me a moment here. BBIO. I think it. So FinViz shows the same thing. Relax and relax. Okay. I don't know. Our data provider just doesn't have it. I don't know why. Okay, guys, it's 1:27. I'm going to do my video now. 27. Yeah. So I should be back. I don't look at IB's float data at all. I'm not even sure where to find it, to be honest. Oh, no, not at all. You mean our single stock window? No, no. It's a company called FactSet, I think. So it's nothing to do with IB. This data has nothing to do with IB. All of our real-time data, of course, all this is, well, no, it's not from IB either, because not everybody has IB, of course. This information, like all this, is from a company called FactSet. Where we get our real-time data, I don't, there's a provider, I don't know who it is, but it's not a broker. Back around, what time is it now? Okay, 13:29, so say 1:39. All right, guys, put myself on mute right now. Well, Luis, I'd have to look at that. I don't know. I'm not a big swing trader, okay? So I really don't know the answer to that question. I mean, it's possible. The best thing to do is track some and see what happens, okay? Just track some. All right, guys, I'm back. Do I still live in Vancouver? Yes. Well, Vancouver area. I mean, technically not Vancouver, but yeah, Greater Vancouver, yes. Okay, so JFIN is making a new high, market high, guys. It had a big pop in the pre-market up to 454, and it's an earnings play. But once market open, it really dropped. But now this is a market high. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just looking. This is an interesting one, though. JFIN, low float, 20 million in the float, China stock. Got beaten up really once the market started. Actually, probably actually went negative. It went or flat, based on yesterday's close. And then, but now it's starting to move somewhat. Oh, is it really? Okay, we have pre-market today, William. We have it today, pre-market. So maybe our provider is wrong. Well, I don't know. We have here, I'm looking at Interactive Brokers, and here's the transcript from it. Well, today's Wednesday, isn't it? That's funny, William. Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, today is Wednesday, so yeah, so we're right, or we're right. Our provider is right. So Riven had some kind of an upgrade, I think, this morning. RIVN, I think it had some kind of an upgrade. So compared to Lucid, it is definitely doing better. Only one more interest rate hike this year. And we have what, nine months? So only one interest rate in 9 months. I'll believe that when we see it. Relax and relax. I'm new to IB or new in IB. It seems very slow and doesn't have much of good charting tools. Is that way? Okay, first of all, I don't find IB in terms of executing trades very slow at all. Now, but as far as charting is concerned, I've never used the IB charts. They're not. I basically use our charts, and then for this anchored VWAP stuff, I do have a trading view chart up, but I don't use the IB charts. Yeah, I mean, they've always been categorized as very archaic and almost like DOS looking, if you remember the DOS days. But as far as execution of trades, I have no problem. I love IB. I've never had an issue executing trades being slow. Never. And I've had Interactive Brokers for, I don't know, 6.5 years now. Trying to count the zeros there, William. That's a 10,000 times better. Keep an eye on the ENVX, guys. Keep an eye on the ENVX. It's holding a couple of things. It's holding the 200-day moving average, okay? 1326, it's holding. It's also, for me, it's holding an anchored VWAP on that I can look at. What do you find slow about it? Relax and relax. What do you find slow about it? I mean, we've got great integration with Interactive Brokers. I don't use this B plus, but when I click on an alert, it immediately loads into the order entry. I've never found it slow in terms of executing orders. Boy, this GME guys, I'm gonna keep nagging here. It takes out 22 at some point. It may not ever do it, but you can see if it does. Look at the gap underneath, and there, I think there will be a lot of people maybe piling into this if it takes out 22. I don't mean right at the 22 break. I'm just saying I'm going to know about it though if it happens. I think there's something wrong then. Relax. Seriously. I mean, I probably have more things going on than most people. I'm streaming in 3 rooms. Um, of course, I've got my brokerage platform. I'm doing the streaming. Of course, I've got Trade Ideas up and running. I have even Trading View up and running. And I've never, ever found a problem with Interactive Brokers. I think there must be something going on. Now, I have no charts. I have no charts open for, if you're talking about charts for Interactive Brokers, that I don't know. And I have a gaming computer also. And you know what? It's 5 years old now. It was an overkill 5 years ago. It's probably, but it still chugs along. And there's Pepe. And yeah, Pepe says it hasn't happened, then it hasn't happened. Now, again, so it must be something to do with your computer, which is strange if it is a gaming computer. Boy, look at FTAI, guys. I don't know if there's a bunch of AI stuff today. Fortress Transportation, I'm just looking at AI. I mean, I know it's crazy, but a lot of these companies, if they had AI in the name, they might say something like, well, we're going to use AI to help our business no matter what they do. I'm not saying that's happening with FTAI. And $45 benchmark. I don't know how, or 35 from benchmark. Raised to 45 from 35 by benchmark. I don't know how much weight. I don't know benchmark that well. I mean, I know the name. So with the ENVX guys, I think if it can get back over 1350, up to these highs here, I think it could have a late day run. The reason why is that, again, when you look left, look at that weekly chart. There's the next high is 1519. And again, I'm never saying it's going to get there. And boy, if somehow it gets through that, I mean, then look left and you got 19. Well, it was trending relax for a while, for maybe 2 weeks for the anything with to do with AI, but it's dried up now. I think we're all getting a little tired. Look at AI itself. Let's take a look at AI. I mean, AI itself is still, a reasonable play, but all these companies coming out with saying, we are going to use AI. No, we are. I mean, it's getting a little crazy. So this Harmony, HRMY, which got hammered yesterday on, I think it was a short seller, Scorpion. I think it was Scorpion. Hammer them down. Didn't really recover either. I mean, it got as low as $29. Yeah, it closed at 30, but it didn't have a big recovery. Today's a bit of a recovery day, and they come out with some news today. So these late stage, whatever this is, hypersomnia, excess daytime sleepiness. Well, that's what I need, but I do have an excuse. Yeah, I'm wondering if it is available in Canada. I know Captain's in the States though, regarding trading view on the IB platform in beta. I know somebody said there was a way in which I could maybe try it, but I forgot. Interesting to see what it looks like. Toro, let's take a look at Toro and see what. Yeah, I don't see any news on it either. Whoa, curve. Shoot, look at this one. This showed up on my momentum down scan at 149. Okay, 149, that's 363. And boy, just cratered down to 329. So if you're wondering about this one, yeah, I'm not sharing this exactly, but if you're interested in having it, the momentum down as opposed to the momentum up, I'll show you how you can create it yourself if you're interested. I know I've gone over this in the past, and I just think that it's worthwhile doing it yourself because you may have other scans that I'll show you how you can flip a scan, not rely on me or anybody else to show you how to do it. I honestly think Denver, though, and Jamie and I talked about this in when we were talking in YouTube. I mean, I don't know, far be it from me to suggest how to trade, but in this enable trade, I mean, I took some profit along the way, okay? So that I don't get jumpy when it does this, that little topping tail. I mean, that's where I actually took some profit at 1342. And I was watching this and it got up to 1351. Now, had I not taken any profit at 1352, I may have, I don't know, panicked a little bit and got rid of everything right there. Okay. Not wanting to give, because remember, I'm short at 1358. So 1352, that's 16 cents, and I had a 7 cent stop. So, that's a one for two. So it's not the worst thing. But by taking that profit, that meant that even if it got back up to where I shorted, say, oh well, okay, at least I took some profit. And then I can hang on for all these little moves down. Oh, listen, I mean, I never used to do it that way. But that's why I don't put targets. Somebody says, well, what's your target? I don't have a target so much because if I said, well, I'm just going to wait for that to hit before I sell anything, I mean, I don't trade like that. But the minute I was at a one for two, which, is my sort of my minimum risk reward that I'm looking for, I'll be looking to take some profit if it pops up. Yeah, I rarely do, Calvin. I rarely scale into trades. I probably should do it more, but I rarely do. I usually in my full position right off the bat. I mean, on the enable, what I could have done is once I, took some off at that 1342, and then when I got down here, probably could have, taken some more right around here, back into a position here on that little break. But I just, I don't know. It means I would really have to, well, no, I don't know. I just don't do it. Somebody mentioned KOD earlier, guys. KOD, is this somebody said it was an earnings play? KOD, yeah, this is an earnings play. KOD Kodiak. Um, yeah, there's the VWAP right there. So it tore through the VWAP. Boy, look at curve. Just is this shortable for me? Yeah, 141,000. Look at curve just getting slammed here. Wonder what I don't see any news on this. Well, and it touched yesterday's low. Look what happened. It got down to 311 and yesterday's low was 310. Amazing how that works. Right to almost right to the penny, and then it bounced. Now, if it took out yesterday's low, then 274 is the next low looking left. But something's up with this. I mean, out of nowhere, it just somebody just decided to sell this. I'm just going to keep putting this link in for the webinar tomorrow. I have actually never attended a Trade Ideas webinar, but I will tomorrow, that's for sure. Fine tune your entries with anchored VWAP, okay? So Michael Noss and Steve Gomez sit down with Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends to discuss his new book, which I have, Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. And those of you who know me well enough, you know I don't look at I don't really have a lot of indicators. In fact, hardly any. I don't call this an indicator really. I mean, I guess it is technically it's still an indicator, but yeah, they had actually predicted that it was going to come today, and it came a week early. I have some sections I really have to reread. I kind of powered through most of it, but there's some sections I really want to reread. And I'll adjust it to my style. Yeah, I mean, I found it where I mean, there's certain sections I didn't care about. The general, market, more general going over what the market does and all that, and that's fine. I mean, so it's a good introduction to market mechanics, I suppose. Okay, but certainly there are sections there that definitely great reference, and I'll reread them. You could get you could go to Google Books or something like that also if you don't want to spend for a hardcover book. I mean, in retrospect, maybe that's what I could have done also, but what the heck? It was $80 Canadian. I think it was $35 for the online book, Canadian. Boy, look at GME guys inching its way down. Google Play, I'm pretty sure had it. Well, it had to have had it because I could not have made up the the price. Yeah, because well, he even said it's not yeah, he basically said Google Play, whatever Apple's version is, but he says it was not available on Kindle. Though I'm doing a little search in Google Play right now, or oh, no, wait, in Google Play, Google Books, Google Books, I think it's called. Yeah, you do see it, right? Okay, so I didn't make it up. Okay, here it is. Yeah, definitely there. I definitely see it right there. Even though typed his brain, but yeah, there it is. And that's on that's the Canadian site. So at the minute, it's the first book I have bought in seemingly decades. All right, guys, what time is it now? 2 o'clock. So, and you're in Canada, relax. Okay, so that means you can have IB or Trading View charts within IB. It's on beta, I know that. How did you do that? Because when I log into IB every day, I don't see that option. Yeah, but as we said, when I do that change version, all I see is stable. I don't see latest and beta. So he must have done something different. That option doesn't look like it appears in Canadian IB anyway. Ooh, wait a minute. You know what? That's funny. Now it's appearing. I'll try it tomorrow. Well, I see the beta now. I do see the beta. I'll do it tomorrow just for fun. I mean, I've got a TradingView subscription, so it's not. But I'd love to see how robust it is if it gives you everything. People in Vancouver. Chicken Soup for the Soul. Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment. CSESSE. A little bit of a movement, little bit of a move here. Oh, so you did it from Trading View. Interesting. Yeah, I don't care about trading from the charts at all. That's nothing I really care that much about. Boy, guys, keep an eye. I'm going to keep nagging here, but keep an eye on ENVX. Okay. Well, the longer this holds here, I mean, the volume, and if we get some volume, I think it could push right through that 1350. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I just want to show you something. And again, we'll be able to do this in trade ideas eventually, okay? But I just wanted to show you how I was using this anchored VWAP, okay? So if you want to play VWAP here for E and VX, and you say, well, I want to wait for it to hit move all the way back down to 1286, which is this line right there. So, well, geez, I mean, that's, that may never happen. So using the anchored VWAP, and here's, where the art of it is. I believe I put it right here at the low of that candle. That's where I started it. So we see how that anchored VWAP is. So you could say, well, I'd rather play it down here, 1328, instead of having to wait for it to come down to 1287. Okay. And so it gives you a better entry. I guess that's the whole idea. One of the things is the whole idea of giving you a better entry with a tighter stop. It doesn't work, it doesn't work, but at least you're not having to wait, for something to come all the way back down here. And it might, and maybe it bounces off here, but the anchored VWAP is another way to play it. And relax and relax. Definitely listen to Pepe. Okay, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to stuff like that. So definitely listen to him. Well, things have really slowed down now for me. Boy, remember this KC? Boy, oh boy. I mean, it had the little 3-day pullback and then kaboom today. Earnings play March 29th. So this is earnings today. I didn't see this. You know why? Look at this. It didn't do anything in the pre-market. It was basically flat in the pre-market. So the market had to open and then look at this. What a move. 619 to set. I mean, a great percentage move. A little pullback here, a little pullback here. Okay, guys. Well, broken record, but things have really slowed down for me now. Yeah. So again, NOGN is not up 1,800%. They did a reverse split, a 1 for 20 reverse split, and our provider is not taking that into account. So it is not a it's not up 1,800 or 1,800%. Well, guys, okay. I have some sound alerts that are not going off at all. So just going to sort of sit back and wait for something to happen. If nothing happens, I don't take a trade. Boy, I mean, 1738, the VWAP right there. I mean, it's just underneath the VWAP, the actual VWAP, anchoring it, probably not that much of a difference, but look at flattening out right here. And I'm sorry, I'm talking about BBIO. This could turn into a really interesting short if it takes this out. Tcon. Okay, Tcon, TCON, making a bit of a move here. What's the high looking left? 231 on the weekly. Too close for me, too close. Give me a moment, guys. I am. All right. I wanted to try this. I just logged into the beta of Interactive Brokers. So relax. What chart did you pick? The new one? So when you went to file, the new window, and then it goes to chart. I have advanced chart, chart, and then thumbnail chart. What should you pick? Advanced chart? And I'm keeping an eye on the ENVX still, guys, just in case we have an hour and a half left in the market. Okay, my linking left me. Okay. So this is an IB chart now. So I don't know, Pepe, is that what it's supposed to look like now in the beta with that's supposed to be like a trading view type chart? Yeah, OSCR guys, OSCR, you're absolutely right. OSCR is on the move here, on the move. A nice, come on, nice pop here for OSCR, challenging the high of yesterday, 690. Oops. Okay, thanks. So that's what it looks like. Now, of course, you can't add all the. I don't see all the other options, but okay. So I guess it's a start. I don't see any of the. Okay, okay, all right. Well, let's see what else they add down the road. Yeah, I've never really used the old IB charts, so I don't really complain about them because I've really not used them before. All right, guys. Well, I know I'm sort of nagging on this one, but the ENVX, it just is basing here. It did drop down to 27, came right back up. You can just kind of see if I can take out this 1350 mark. You get some volume, just need some volume to come in. You guys have been talking about Frey for a while, Frey, Frey. Yeah, so we saw that. We saw this earlier. Yeah, I mentioned that didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Had some news about doing a deal with four potential coalition of four companies, I think. Caterpillar, Siemens, Glencore, and NIDAC. Delayed reaction. All right. You know what? GME might be giving us a little wee buy signal here. Okay. Little red bar ignored here. There's the VWAP up here, 2296. So a little bit of a pop here. Close to 22, but not yet. Algonquin, haven't seen this one for a while. This was a wild one a few months ago. AQN, a wild one on the way down. That's right. The next high looking left is 925. We're at 828 right now. Next high looking left on the weekly chart. And a messy looking daily chart, but something's decent about it right now. Had earnings on the 17th. Don't even recall the reaction. Actually, that was the reaction right here. Little green candle, a little pullback, and now a bit of a continuation off the earnings. More importantly, look left, and it has some room. And that is AQN. Has some room. 925. That has a dollar to the next high. That's on the weekly chart for AQN. All right, guys, so 2:39. So in about 10 minutes, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll be here until about 3:20, or maybe let me just do a quick check outside. I want to check the temperature. See if I'm going on my bike ride. All right, guys. No, I'm going to stick around. I'm a wuss. It's sunny, but it's windy and kind of cool. So, all right, guys. Well, the ENVX. You would like to know how all this works, okay, Meskin? Okay, first of all, are you, when you say all this works, are you talking about how Trade Ideas works? Are you a subscriber or are you brand new to trading? Need a little more information, then I might be able to help you. How it doesn't work is this. I don't tell you what to buy and sell. That's number one. But yeah, just let me know. Are you new to Trade Ideas? Are you new to trading? Are you, or is it like both? And hopefully you can hear me. Our leader. Well, this ENVX is just, it looks like it wants to pop through 1350, but it's taken its sweet time. It got up to 1350. All right, so B Bio looks like it's holding that VWAP. No, you can't talk. I'm the only one. I'm the only one who can talk. Okay. Otherwise, we. Oh, there it goes, guys. EVNX just took out 1350 again. Yeah, we'd have a crazy situation if everybody could talk. So just maybe text or type in. I just want to know if you have trade ideas. You can say, no, I don't have trade ideas. What is your trading level? I mean, are you a brand new trader? Ever traded before? Okay. Okay. Well, first and foremost, trade ideas, we're a scanner. Okay. So we scan the US stock market. Um, Now you can create your own scans. Okay, you can create, like I don't know what sort of trader you aspire to be in terms of, are you a momentum trader, a pullback trader? Um, what did you try in the past? What didn't work? I mean, there's a lot of stuff. However, what I might start you off with is something like this, because again, I don't know how much training you actually had. So before we get into trade ideas, program itself. You might want to take a look at something like this, okay? I put in a link right here, my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down a little bit, and where you see Trading 101, Trading 101, that is a course, okay? One of our traders, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together. Now, you don't have to start off right from the beginning because, I mean, it's as basic as you get at the beginning. What is a stock? But, you might find it valuable. It talks about trends and candlestick patterns and all those sorts of things. Got to have the basics down before you can actually start to trade. So I have no idea, what you did before. Okay, but you might want to start off with that. But in a nutshell, this is what Trade Ideas is all about. And you can see right here, whoops, I am sharing some scans. I'm sharing some scans, but they're not going to mean anything to you. But I'll show you an example of a scan, an example of some of the stuff that you can do with Trade Ideas. So for instance, I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on docked channel bar. It doesn't matter. I mean, you're not a subscriber, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm going to click on what we call, these are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the momentum channel as an example. Yes, 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 yes. Well, I'm pretty happy about the ENVX, guys. I mean, I know I nagged it seemingly for hours on it, but I don't know where it's going. But I mean, when we look left, we had room to 15. I'm not saying it's getting there. But anyway, this is an example of a momentum channel or a momentum scan, okay? And just to give you an idea, this is what it's looking for. This is something that, so this is what Trade Ideas is really all about. You can create, this is the screening aspect, the filters. So, I mean, you can create your own scenario. In this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Minimum volume of 100,000 shares. This is in this particular momentum scan. These are the two key ones. The volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's an example. This is a bad example because this is one of those, but well, it's not a bad example. It happened. at 2:46. That's the time, and the price was 17.25. Let's just take a look at what happened. Oops, I'm going to have to cancel out of this. Yeah, so you can see what happened. It popped up and then it came right back down. So I mean, it doesn't mean necessarily that just because you get an alert that you hop into the trade. But that's an example. That's an example of a scan. Okay, that you can create your own scans. We have a lot of scan. All of these channels here, they all have scans in them, and you can take a look at them and say, that's sort of interesting. If you want to build your own scans, I'm just waiting to see if we get another one. We haven't got another one now because no stock has made a new high for the day that meets those filter requirements right now. That's why we're not seeing anything right now. But if I click on configure and this is the overwhelming part, okay, that I don't want you and anybody else listening to me. These are all the real-time alerts that we have, right at the top here, the new high for the day, the new low for the day, etc. Okay. Now, what a lot of people think is, my goodness, that's way too complicated. I cannot learn them all. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. And if I scroll down, when we see these icons, these are all the filters that we have. Okay. And again, you don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan if they wanted to create their own scans. So they had to create enough alerts, real-time alerts, and enough filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So of course, yes, if you want to build your own scans, you can. But again, we have a lot of scans that are already pre-built. And so for instance, this one I was talking about right here, there's HBIO just made it, just came in here, and you can see exactly what happened. Okay, exactly what happened. Just made a new high. And this is a 15-minute chart, but you can see the volume that poured in as an example. Now, does that mean you take the trade? Not necessarily. Okay. The program is called Trade Ideas because it's going to generate ideas based on your criteria. So for instance, here, there's HBIO just made another new high. That's why we're seeing it right here again. So when you look at this scan, you might look, well, I like it, but I don't like that price range. Okay, no problem. I'm not teaching you how to use trade ideas right now, but of course, if you don't like that price range, you just change it. Let's make it 1 in 10. I click on the summary again. Now it's changed to 1 in 10. Don't like the minimum volume? Change it. You can, when you get used to using trade ideas and you start looking at the other filters that we have, you might look at another filter and say, wow, I wouldn't mind adding that filter to this scan. Or maybe I want to take out a filter because I don't care about that. Oh, I see. What are you looking at? Well, but I'm just really trying to show you the concept, okay? I mean, so here, I mean, can you see that ERO just showed up as something that just made a new high as an example? Okay, so I mean that's just an example of a scan, but you may not be a momentum player. I mean, I happen to like stocks making new highs of the day, and seeing what the pattern they're doing it from, and then I look left on a daily chart and a weekly chart just to see, okay, it's made a new high for the day. Where's the next high on a daily chart? If for me it's far enough away, then it becomes a candidate for a trade for me. Okay, I mean that's the way I trade. It doesn't have to be the way you trade, of course. You might be somebody though that says, you know what, I like it, but I want to see if it pulls back to a moving average that I like. Okay, or maybe the VWAP if you're a VWAP player. So I'm saying, I mean, I have no idea, if you have to have a plan for trading. Thank you, Calvin. You're absolutely right. I always forget there is a little magnifying glass somewhere. I can never find it on my end. I don't know where it is, but there's a little magnifying glass and that you can zoom in. But that's what the program is real. That's what it's all about. Okay. I mean, you can create your own scans. We have a lot of scans that are here for you. You can adjust them maybe to your style of trading. Um, you can also, we have a simulator here that you can practice trading in. It uses our real-time data. Okay. So you see right there, I took a short of GME at 294. It's 294, 2294, 2262 now, in the simulator, up $265. So the idea really then is you could go through all these channels and start to look at them and say, wow, explosive winners. I wonder what that means. Okay. You just let it load. And, you can sort of see your trade ideas winners watcher. Okay. There's a bunch of strategies in here. You're looking for stocks that are moving down, if you're more of a short seller, or maybe you're looking for stocks that have moved down. Maybe you want to try to play a bounce. Okay. I mean, there's all sorts of different scenarios. Obviously, biggest losers today. Okay. So, if you're a bounce type player, well, you look at this and go, wow, maybe tomorrow, maybe I want to put an alert somewhere if it bounces. The other interesting thing that we have here is you'll see these, hopefully, well, these are large enough. You should be able to see these races. And so the race concept is, I think, if you're new to trading, or if you're not new, but you're just having difficulties, this gives you some focus. Okay. And I'll explain how that happens. So why are you seeing these stocks here, and why is CMA at the top here? Okay, as an example. Well, okay. All these stocks, they meet these filter requirements in this particular case. So if the stock is between 10 and $50, the volume is at least 500,000 shares, it's up 2% from yesterday's close, a minimum market cap of 500 million, and a minimum float of 50 million. Again, these are all customizable, but this is the race that I put together. So if these values are met, what will happen is the stock that meets all of these values that's moving the most will appear at the top. Okay. And I run a 4-minute race. So since this race started, we're almost 3 minutes into it. This SLG, it's not a huge move, but it's 0.31%. It has moved 0.31%. Now, this race is not what I call an extremely volatile race. There are other races you can construct that, if you get rid of, say, the market cap of 500 million and all that sort of stuff, you will see stocks that are moving, 10, 15, 20%. A lot more exciting, but if you've been trading for a while and if you're not doing well, a lot of times it's because maybe the things that you're trading are too volatile. And this is, these are, I mean, look, there's nothing easy about trading, but these are not as volatile. They're a little more gentle to trade. Okay. So what happens is there's a winners list that automatically is created, and it's a top 10 list, and it's made up of the stocks that have won the most races all day long. And I start my races at 9:30 Eastern time, when the market starts, and it'll run right to 4 o'clock. Okay, so BBio won 15 races today. FRC won 9, ENVX 9. So you could just follow, certainly I would follow the ones at the top, but you might look at a Riven. It won 3 races today. And so you take a look at it. What is it doing now? Okay. I mean, you might look at this and go, wow, it's near the high of the day. I look left, there's some room, 1491. I mean, I'm not saying you would take this trade right now. Maybe you wait for a pullback to put a price alert for a pullback area. I mean, there's, hopefully I'm not trying to overwhelm you, but I mean, there was a lot to trading. What trade ideas isn't, and the reason it's called trade ideas, it's not, well, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just take the trade immediately. You have to have some trading experience. So for instance, if it were making the high right there, a little pullback on the high right there, and it hadn't already tacked on, a couple of 15-minute candles, but it was taking that out at say 1426, then the first thing I'd be doing is looking left. And if I looked left, and I see, if I saw that the next high was 1594, I mean, it isn't, but what if I looked left and the next high, we're sitting at 1439, and I looked left and the next high was almost 16, I'd be going, all right, there's room for this to run if it wants to. Doesn't mean it's going to get, to that next high looking left. But the way I trade is I try to take out one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. And that can be, if the next high looking left is close, because the stock could stall right there. But if I see enough room, and my room doesn't have to be your room. And this room, we're like this between 8. Well, I'm on the mic between 9 and about 3:20 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. So you can always ask questions. I do trade, but unless I'm in the middle of something, usually the trading I'm doing, I can certainly keep an eye on it and answer questions. So there's no usually, Luis. I mean, it really depends on your trading style. I mean, I'm not a big pullback player, but now I'm learning to maybe look at the VWAP as more of something. Maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP, things like that. But I mean, if it's up in the first 15 minutes and up to, well, it depends what you mean by an uptrend. If it's one 15-minute candle, and I look left and there's still a ton of room, I mean, I don't necessarily personally have to wait for a big pullback. But listen, there are those of you, I know you're out there, that you will not take a trade at the high of the day. And I get it. That's okay. There's no right or wrong. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, one of the other traders, he'd never take a trade near the high of the day. He will always wait for a pullback to the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. If it doesn't happen, he won't take the trade. And that's his style, that's his plan, and he sticks to it. And that's fine. So one of the things you can also do, if you do click on my homepage, click on my homepage link, you don't have to be a member, a subscriber for that course, by the way. Ooh, look at GMVD going, guys. So here's an example of a momentum scan that I've got. It's like the one I showed you. So look at this thing go. Okay. Now, does that mean you pile into the trade immediately? Of course not. Okay. You'd be chasing it, but you might be a player that says, well, okay, what if it pulls back to, the low of that candle right there, and put a price alert, put a price alert, that little blue line. If it pulls back, you'll get a sound alert. You'll see a price alert window will pop up on your screen. Maybe that's how you want to play this, if you want to play it at all. This is a super low float situation, 937,000 in the float. So it's an extremely low float, so you have to be awfully careful. But you don't have to only be alerted to situations like this, which are very, very volatile. That's why I have this one up here. Okay, because this is, if you're new to trading, you're not going to say, well, these banks have been very volatile, but you're not going to see the same huge, usually anyway, huge green candles and then a big red candle following. The reason being is that, these are larger cap stocks on purpose with a filter and 500 million market cap, which to a lot of people is not a large cap stock. The large cap stocks are the Apples and the Microsofts and Amazons, etc. Whoa, look at the Oscar guys. Look at the Oscar, OSCR, challenging yesterday's high now. So here's an example, something that I looked at short. Look, well, I did take this short, didn't work out. And look how it reacted to the VWAP and now popping way off that VWAP. If this can somehow get through 7 tomorrow, it hit 689 yesterday. There's the high yesterday. Then the next high after that would be 732. And then this area up here, 8. I mean, we don't know, if it's going to do that, of course, but and we have a halt, PBR, Petro Brasilia. Oh, sorry. That's a tough one. Brasileiro. Liero. Working on my Spanish. I can do the petroleo, but the other one is a tough one. So anyway, halted, and this is, and that's a news halt. Oh, it resumed. I'm sorry. So it was halted earlier for news at 2:35, and now it just resumed. I don't think excellent, not excellent. That's a tough. Brasileiro. Pues, it's the Iero. That's a tough one. Anyway, my Spanish should be better. For those of you who know me, my wife is from Peru, or Peru, as I've learned to call it over the years, Peru, not Peru. Yeah, it is a beautiful country. Not sure I like the political situation, but Perro. No, no, no. We're not talking about a male dog. You have had an interesting life, William. Interesting. I had no idea that was in your background. Well, guys, the ENVX didn't give us that much. I mean, I carved out a little bit, but a little disappointed. I thought it would, once it took out that 1350, it would really keep ramping up. I mean, I shouldn't be too disappointed. It got up to 1371, but I was really hoping it would get closer to 14. RNXT, take a look at RNXT. Renovo RX, okay, so obviously a bio of some sort. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. You know, if you look at up this area here, the 538, it held the 200-day moving average 2 days ago. And let's see, not a ton of volume. I mean, for it, I see. So it was an earnings play today. Okay. MU high of the day. Well, I think was that an earnings play or just something that just moved? Yeah, it was an earnings play. So, I mean, again, interesting day. I mean, it had the huge move at 9:30, that opening green candle, and it gave it all up. Not all up, but what did it get up to? 64.23, dropped a couple of dollars, sat around for a while, holding, kind of trying to hold that VWAP, but I wouldn't call this an easy one to trade today. Depending how many shares you would take and where you're going to put your stop. I mean, look, the trend is up. I get it, but what are you going to do when you get a pullback from 64? No, it's not as bad. I guess 63. So it all depends on where you're putting your stops. Intel, also a good day. Okay, INTC. So the semis. See, Intel was easier, in my opinion, to trade than MU. I mean, it had a little pullback after the opening candle, then a move up, a little pullback, and now continuing. And it's also, through the 200-day moving average. This could be very interesting tomorrow. Intel, INTC. I don't trade Intel, but that's a big move. 8% with 4 billion in the flow. That is a big, big percentage move for Intel. Your views on it? Investor event details Xeon demand. The 4th generation Xeon chip. So will they be put in PCs also, or is this more in larger computers? I know nothing about this Xeon chip. Or is it Exion? I don't know. I don't know. I've never heard about it. Ah, so AMD had it before. Interesting. So this is not an Intel proprietary product. Or maybe Exion is, but I don't know. Does AMD call it the same thing? Come on, Pepe, what's going on here? What is what? Well, let's take a look at SMH. That's one I should also look at in the morning too. You know, and look, I mean, look at the semis. It's been an absolute star. Semiconductor ETF. Look at the 200-day moving average, way down here, way down here. Yeah, yeah. Market rip is right. I wonder if one day we'll completely leave 400 behind. So you don't know the Exion or Xeon, however it's pronounced, chip. Okay. All right, guys. Well, it's 3:17, so I think I'll wind this up. But you saw what it said. Okay, I think if I reread this a little bit here. Okay, so it allowed it. So it's not that AMD had this chip ahead of time. It's just that Intel not having this chip allowed AMD to capture market share. And now Intel is hoping with this chip, they'll regain more market share. I guess that's how we can interpret it. Hmm. When is the next overview of the system by webinar? Well, there really isn't one, Spot or SP. Okay, I mean, we don't, I mean, if you're looking for an overview of the system, I mean, certainly you can ask me questions, but if you even if you just looked at the where is it? So even if you just clicked on my homepage link, okay, and did the get started, you don't have to be a member. Now you don't have to look at the download and install, but you know, toolbar and right click magic, fine. Layout styles, the dock layout, not 100% important, you know, that you know how to dock a layout, but introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, and charts. Okay, I mean that's a pretty brief, that's a pretty good overview, I guess. Also, if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section, I think if you go to these educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, custom channels. Yeah, I don't know. I forget about the AI, to be honest. But starting trade ideas from scratch, I mean, you might want to take a look at these educational channels. Well, yeah, I mean, in theory, you could have this channel up and running all day if you wanted. Whoops. Yeah. Well, these are the major sectors, okay? These are the major sectors, and this is the change from the open, so you can see what's happened. Remember, when we looked at, for instance, energy has rallied somewhat because when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, every single every single stock that makes up XLE was above yesterday's close. When we looked at this, now this is the change from the open, okay? The change from the opening trade of the day. When we looked at that, I don't know, 15 minutes, half an hour into the market, I think only 20% of the stocks were above the open. Now look at it, 66%. So you can see that some of the energy plays are starting to, or energy stocks anyway. Well, and you can just see XLE. I mean, I'm sure XLE will give you the story. Yeah, a little bit of a lag going on here, guys. Not sure why. Yeah, so I mean, this is really choppy looking, but you kind of see XLE at the beginning, and this is where all the stocks were above yesterday's close. Market open and it dropped. Okay, and then it chopped around a bit, but look what's happening now. There's it. So if you're in an energy play right now, especially if you got in over the VWAP, you probably, not every single energy stock, of course, but you're probably not doing too badly, as an example. Now we also have, and I never look at this, but let's take a look, see if I can even find it. Yeah, so here are some ETFs, okay, and racing. ETF losers, SOX, this is the BIOS, LABD. This is, well, if you know, Labu is, of course, if you want to short you want to short BIOS, but you don't want to short, but you want to buy the inverse. There's Labu as an example. So, I mean, this is giving you an idea about what is happening to the mates, like diving into a lot more of the sectors. So you could have this, up and running. You could tuck it on another, if you wanted to, tuck it on another monitor, or just grab these two, and change from the open, change from the open. Oops. Yeah, no, I don't think that was in the older version. So you could take these two out of the layout if you wanted to. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate into a free floating window. I'll get rid of this. So here they are, right? Here they are. Oops, right here, these two. So you could have these, you could always refer to them. Maybe you don't want to see everything. Maybe you just want to see the ones that are down the most, so shrink this up a bit. but this will give you an idea about what's going on. Ultra semiconductors, and I don't look at this at all, but I mean, certainly, I know there's obviously enough people will take advantage of this. The reason I don't really watch these too much is because most of the things that I do are not dependent on what the overall market's doing, nor the individual sector. Most of the things, okay? Because I'm always kind of looking for those alpha stocks that are basically trading on their own within reason. I mean, if the market all of a sudden, dropped 1,000 points in a second, it doesn't matter what you're in on the long side, more than likely it's going to be going down. But most of the things that I look at don't really care that much about what the market's doing or its individual sector, because that's what I'm trying to always zero in on, those alpha stocks. They have some news on their own, they're an earnings play or news on their own, or maybe for whatever reason some group got a hold of the stock and is really running it, things like that. Not this group. But if you're thinking about taking a more traditional trade, perhaps, yeah, you definitely want to know what the sector's doing. You don't want to go against the sector. Okay, guys, that's about it for me. I'm understand the Bruins are not the UCLA Bruins. You know that, Tank. We're talking the Boston Bruins. Somebody said, oh, okay, college days. No, you're not going to believe it. I digress. Growing up in Montreal would have been so easy to be a Montreal Canadian fan. That is I mean, the Canadians are to hockey in Montreal. I don't know what the equivalent is in the United States for a sports team. I mean, maybe the Yankees, maybe the Red Sox in Boston. I don't know. But certainly, the Canadians in Montreal is a religion. So it would have been way easier for me as a kid growing up in Montreal to cheer for the Canadians. But I like the colors of the Bruins. The yellow and black, the gold and black. I like the colors. And as a kid, I saw the colors and I liked that, and that was it. And I've never looked back. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And I have never looked back. Well, actually, I'll even back it up a bit more. My favorite team, this is in the Canadian Football League, was the Hamilton Tiger Cats. That's the first team I really remember following, and they're black and yellow. So when I saw the Bruins, I saw black and yellow, little kid, it just connected. That's who I got to follow too. That was really that was the reason. Not a Saints fan. I don't mind the Saints. I'm a Seattle fan. I mean, living in Vancouver, that's kind of my home team. Don't get me talking sports, guys. This is what I'd rather be doing. I'd rather be talking sports 20 hours a day than stocks, believe me. I keep saying I probably have played more sports than anybody that I know because I played the obscure sports also. So as we wrap this up, because I know some might be listening going, what the heck is he talking? Why isn't he talking about trading? Well, normally I shut this room down at 3:20. But let's count the sports that I played. And I don't mean by playing a sports that I bounced a basketball once, therefore I played a sports, played basketball. So let's take a look at the obvious ones. Obviously, Canadian kid, played lots and lots of hockey, played baseball, got up to past Pony League, I guess, 14, 15. So organized, definitely organized. Played football, organized football. Played rugby, organized rugby. Played for the university team. Um, Now, here are the ones that you guys probably don't know anything about. Broomball, tremendous sport. You got to look it up. Big, big sport in northern Quebec and northern Ontario. Played lots and lots of broomball. Ah, you played broomball in Minnesota. Okay, cool. Team handball. I played team handball. I know it became an Olympic sport not a few years ago. Very cool sport. Wasn't great because I didn't have basketball skills. See, I didn't really play basketball. I did play volleyball. I played volleyball with, if you can believe it, I used to belong to, when I lived in Toronto, the Toronto YMCA. And there's this group of guys used to play volleyball. And I looked at them and go, my goodness, were they good? Turned out that they were past members of the Ukrainian national, junior national volleyball team. They were growing up. And they said that I was hanging around one day. They said, "You want to play?" Oh, okay. Didn't know what the heck I was doing. Learn quickly not to when you get the when it comes to you don't immediately well volley it over the net. Learn the setups and all that. It was awesome playing with these guys. I mean, I mean, I wasn't in their league, of course, but at least I played with them. I played fullback actually in rugby because I could catch the ball. I came from a football background, and but I played football like a punt returner, and I played rugby like a punt returner in football. Because as you know, if you know rugby, you cannot fumble the ball forward. So I had good hands. I could catch the ball, but I would run with it. I wouldn't immediately kick it like most fullbacks. Until my last play of rugby in my career, where I broke my tib fib. Yeah, the old tib fib. Did not play cricket. No, Jethro, I did not play cricket. Now, I became a big golfer, big golfer. I played competitive racquetball, competitive squash, more racquetball though. Trying to think if I've missed anything. I think it's usually broomball that gets people, and team handball. Yeah, and I do apologize. I mean, if anybody's listening, and they're getting upset, again, this is not normal. Usually I've shut the room down by now. But yeah, I was I was a good golfer. I got down to about a two handicap, and then my ankle gave out. I think it was really from the rugby injury years ago, and I think scar tissue built up, and never got really rid of it, and I couldn't really walk that much. I can, if you saw me, you wouldn't think I was in. I couldn't walk, but walking a golf course was really, really tough, and I refused to get into a cart. So I stopped golf March 10th, 2010. I've got it written down. That's the last time I took a swing. No curling. I did not curl. People think it's a crazy sport, and man, I mean, the skill involved in curling is incredible. Bobby Orr, thank you very much. My hero. Whew, all right, guys. Well, any questions? Any sports related question? Hey, there's the ENVX right back up. In Sweden, Patrick. Cool. Are you in Sweden now? Because your time zone is pretty, what, 8 hours ahead or so? Oh, you're in San Diego. There's a difference. Yeah, there are only two cities in the United States that I would live: Boston and San Diego. Now, I'm sure there are other beautiful cities. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to diss any other city. But again, for those of you who know, I spent my probably one of the best years of my entire life in Boston from 2014 to 2015. My wife, who is an architect, was transferred there. We thought we might even live there for the rest of our lives. She was transferred there by her company, and her office was right across from. Well, I'll never call it TD Garden, from the Garden, the Boston Garden, right across the street from it. And just thought Boston was just an unbelievable city. Great size, easy. We were very fortunate. We lived in a really good area. If you know Boston at all, Back Bay, and so beautiful area right across the bridge from Harvard and all the major MIT, all those classic schools. Tremendous walking city. Most of you know I have a dog, and virtually every place let your dogs in. So I loved it, and it really killed me to leave. And then San Diego. Yeah, I've been to San Diego several times. I think another great size, great weather. Went to Harvard. Huh, cool. Now, are you Swedish, Patrick? Or because if you are, then we're sort of related, being of Icelandic descent. Yeah. But when we did the what's not the DNA test? Oh my gosh, Ancestry.com. Found out I was more Swedish than Icelandic. So there you go. Yeah, I went to Iceland. Here's my story. I know some of you guys have heard this, but my last name is not, for most people, is not easy. Well, they'll never get it right the first time. It's Anderson. They look at it, they go Enerson, Einerson, Anderson. They'll do anything but say Anderson. So all my life I've dealt with that. That's fine. And so my wife and I went to Iceland about, well, just before the pandemic. I guess it was in 2019. And when we checked into the airport and going through their customs, and she looked at me and she said, welcome home, Mr. Anderson. And I'm telling you, I almost cried. I almost cried. It was unbelievable. And yeah, all my heritage is from there. My grandparents were from there. And yeah, many Ainers, yes. Is it going to be a stock question? Eyes, eyes, is it going to be a stock question, or is that LZE? I can't tell. Is Canada for me better than the USA? Well, how do I answer that question? You know, I love Canada. I guess I'm just going to have to leave it like that. I mean, I'm not going to answer. It's hard. We have a different system up here, a little bit. Not quite as political. But I don't want to get into getting into something like that. I want to offend anybody. I mean, I love our healthcare system. I know some of you think we're communists up here with our healthcare system, but you're never going to convince me. Argentina was nice. I mean, it's a long, 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 long flight. I mean, that's the only thing. It was about 15 hours. Two legs. But in Argentina, I mean, it was really, really nice. People, I found people are nice virtually everywhere. If you're nice to them, they'll be nice back. And of course, my wife speaks Spanish, so not that it really matters. I mean, English is just such a universal language. The Argentinian beef, which I've heard my wife has, nagged at me for years. You have to have the Argentinian beef. Lived up to it, expectations. Um, we stayed on a we stayed at I can't remember, the Westin or something like that, which right along I guess we'll call it a canal district, so a very hopping area, water and lots of clubs and restaurants and all that. So yeah, and went to the shrine, would hit Maradona's stadium and Messi, of course. So yeah, very very nice country. Just from Vancouver, it's a long way to get to. I'll keep going. Look at FRC at the end here. The African worm farm. Yeah, that's yeah, when I lived in Edmonton for a few years before I moved to Vancouver, was a worm farmer raising African night crawlers. Unbelievable. And I'm not a fisherman at all, not at all. But my buddy saw something on kind of an equivalent, a news magazine show in Canada, showing people who were raising African night crawlers. They get a kit and they built the apparatus in order to do it. And maybe the most backbreaking work I've ever done in my entire life. These little night crawlers, they're insatiably hungry. You've got to keep feeding them. No, not by hand, one by one. But must have been hard to herd, yeah. So the funny story of this is that we rented a warehouse in Edmonton, and we started in the summer, and so we built the apparatus. We had all these containers where you put the soil in, and then the night crawlers, and you we built an incubator, and you let them. I can't even remember the time period. Well, let's just say 2 weeks. 2 weeks in, you've got to sort of empty the containers. We built this trough with perforation, so you sort of empty it into the trough, and it moves down like almost like a conveyor. And so the basically you're sifting. So all the soil would remain on top. The night crawlers would fall in one segment, and then the eggs in another segment. Okay, and so you'd have to reuse the soil, of course. Reuse of course, you'd have to reuse or collect all the worms. So that's okay, but you had to buy the soil. Most of the soil was not pristine that we had anyway. So we had to build this big screener, huge screener that we put at a 45-degree angle to the wall, and we would literally shovel the dirt and throw it up against this screener, and so that would remove all the debris. And I'm telling you, hours of doing this. So there are three of us doing this. Hours in order to make sure we still had, because they would live they would eat the dirt and live in the dirt. So we always had to have clean dirt. So all that's going fine, and we had dirt. We had all sorts of dirt, but we couldn't put all the dirt in the warehouse, and we were storing it outside. Maybe you can guess what happens. We start running out of dirt. Meanwhile, this is Edmonton. This is not San Diego. And in Edmonton, it gets pretty darn cold in the winter. And, I try to translate for you guys, say -20, -30. And of course, the pile of dirt solidified. So instead of being able to shovel it into the warehouse, we had to get pickaxes and chop this dirt up because it was just frozen chunks. And then we had to warm it up. I mean, it was ridiculous. And then finally we bring it inside, and then we could go the same exercise, throwing it up against the screen. Uh, I didn't like to do that, but we did it for a year. Did it for a year, and sort of sold the business to a true fisherman. But boy, oh boy, that was work, guys. That was hard work. And I was also working. That wasn't the only job. So we get our 10-hour shifts in the worm factory. I had another job, and so these were like Yeah, that would have been easier. We wouldn't have had to thaw out the dirt. Just one of those things you just didn't think about, you know. BTU news. Let's see. Peabody. Let's see. Any? Now, why would you ask that? Because it's moving down? Oh, it's halted. I see. I see. It's halted because of news. Yes, I see that. Yeah, I don't know. The news. I don't see the news so far. Excuse me. In Interactive Brokers. Yeah, somebody's mentioning PYXS. Is it breaking yesterday's high? Oh, no, no question. Wow. Well, the next high looking left is $5 or so. Well, you can blame me for talking about everything but stocks over the last 20 minutes or 30 minutes, guys. I guess we would have seen this. People, no, you would have had to do it on your own because I would have been shut down at 20 after. Meanwhile, yeah, it's just running up, running up. That's my sound alert right here, PYXS. Keep saying sound alert, or sorry, running up, running up. That's a sound alert that I put on it. And for those of you who don't know, of course, you can put sound alerts. These are 3 folders that we have. Voice number 1. So running up, I'm using running up on that one. And it doesn't take a genius to realize what I'm using on this one. The one's moving down, running down. Who's taking the cup this year? You know, the regular season means almost nothing. I mean, it's great the Bruins are going to finish first overall and all that, but you know what? I remember 2, 3 years, 4 years ago, Tampa Bay did the same thing, got swept in the first round by Columbus after having a stupendous season. So, yeah, the odds aren't great for the team that finishes the like on top of the league points wise of winning the cup. It's not. It's the odds are not great. All right, guys, I think that's it. What time is it? Wow, 3:48 overtime. Well, thanks for all the help, everybody, and thanks for I guess putting up with me for the last half hour talking everything but stocks. Let me. It's funny, how I rarely do that, right? I rarely do that. And I think maybe the last time, and I think we are talking about worm farming. So how long ago was that, guys? Several years ago? And some guy wrote an email to Trade Ideas saying, "What the heck is going on? This is not what I paid for. Totally unprofessional, etc." The one time I do it was it 2015. Seriously, it was a really scathing email that came in. Fire the guy. Anyway, okay, guys, I am shutting down now. So, room open the main room at 8 o'clock. You guys can talk amongst yourselves till 9. I'll get on the mic at 9 for our YouTube and our Discord, and of course the main room. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. And YouTubers, I'll close your room down now too.